We're ready to start. You're ready? Okay. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to today's hearing of the Yoorrook Justice Commission. We continue our inquiry into the ongoing social injustice of Victorian First Peoples in hearing block 7. Before we commence the hearing, I would invite Commissioner
Hunter, yeah,
to give a welcome to country.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the lands of the Wurundjeri, pay my respects to elders, past and present, to your elders and ancestors, all those that have come forward to give evidence so far, and acknowledge all those that have gone before us to allow us to have voice and pave the way for us to be here. So, Minjuka.
Thank you, Commissioner. Could we have appearances, please?
Thank you. It's Mr. Goodwin appearing as counsel assisting, and I thank Commissioner Hunter for her welcome, and I also pay my respects to the Wurundjeri peoples of the Kulin Nation, to their ancestors, to their elders and to their community.
Morning, Chair, Commissioners. Gemma Caffarella appearing on behalf of the State of Victoria. On behalf of the State, I thank Commissioner Hunter for her welcome to country and acknowledge that today's hearing is being held on the land of the Wurundjeri people, and I acknowledge their elders past and present, and that sovereignty has never been ceded. The State also pays respect to all Aboriginal elders of other communities and all First Peoples who are here today or watching online. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Just before we commence with the witnesses, I just want to attend to one administrative matter that I failed to do yesterday. Could I just tender the relevant documents for yesterday's witnesses? So there's a collection of documents relevant to the evidence of staff of the Victorian Aboriginal Health Service, and there are documents relevant to the evidence of the representatives of the Victorian Aboriginal Education Association. So I tender those documents.
Thank you. Thank you. They'll be added to the public record.
Thank you, Chair. Then today we have a panel of representatives of various Aboriginal community controlled organisations to discuss housing issues. So I'll allow each of those persons to introduce themselves. And perhaps if I just start with you, Simon, could you please introduce yourself and your role to the commissioners?
Yeah, Simon Flagg, a Wamba man and a community member of on Worawa Country. I'm the CEO of Worawa Aboriginal College.
And Simon, do you undertake to tell the truth to this commission today? Thank you. And then Tony, if I can get you to introduce yourself to the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Tony Craig's my name. I'm the CEO of Gulum Aboriginal Co-op, based up in Wotjabala Country in the beautiful Wimmera.
And do you undertake to tell the truth to the commission today? Thank you. And Dallas, if you could introduce yourself, please.
Morning, Commissioners. Thanks, Commissioner Hunter, for the welcome. My name is Dallas Whitcomb. I'm a proud Darug man. I'm also very much the privileged CEO of the Bendigo District Aboriginal Co-op. And I thought it'd be important. I heard that through our Aunty Jill Gallagher's evidence on the 27th, she told a story about a young Aboriginal boy that was lost and ran all the way back to his co-op past the police station. Well, that was me. So it's really great to be here today. Thanks.
You undertake to tell the truth to the commission today? Thank you. And Darren, if you could introduce yourself.
Morning, Commissioners. My name's Darren Smith. I'm a Palawa man from Tasmania. I am the CEO of Aboriginal Housing Victoria. I'm also the chairperson of the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum, and Aboriginal Housing Victoria is recognised as the lead agency for Aboriginal housing and homelessness policy and advocacy in Victoria, and we provide the secretariat to the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum and the Victorian Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Framework Implementation Working Group. as well.
You're also the star of the video with Damien Bell, which I looked at the other day.
I have to admit, I think Damien was the star.
Thank you, but welcome all of you. Thank you for coming today.
And Darren, do you undertake to tell the truth to the Commission today?
I do.
So just to commence just with the history and role of each organisation, and I might start with you, Darren. Could you please briefly describe the history and purpose of Aboriginal Housing Victoria?
Sure. I'm just thinking if I give you the really short version. Aboriginal Housing Victoria was established as the Aboriginal Housing Board of Victoria in the early 80s. And it was established after 2 years of meetings across Victoria and a concern from Aboriginal community leaders and elders about the treatment of Aboriginal people, the inability to access public housing and the treatment of Aboriginal people in public housing. And it was established with an objective that one day, consistent with self-determination, the Aboriginal Housing Board of Victoria would own the properties and manage them on behalf of Aboriginal people in Victoria. Aboriginal Housing Victoria is the there are now two registered Aboriginal housing providers in Victoria. Aboriginal Housing Victoria is one of them. We're the largest Aboriginal housing provider in the country. As I mentioned in my introduction, we have the policy and advocacy lead role in Victoria as well.
You mentioned about a number of properties being transferred to AHV. So if I get this right, in around 2016, 1,448 property titles were transferred from Homes Victoria, or what was then Homes Victoria, to Aboriginal Housing Victoria. What's the effect of that transport, and why was it important?
Well, it's important because it gives more control back to the Aboriginal community. And as an owner of property, you have the ability to deal with the properties, and you have the ability to leverage your properties, and you have the ability to grow more housing. So it's critically important. And one of the things that happened with the board post the title transfer was that they really had to think about what their role was. And that's what led to Aboriginal Housing Victoria stepping up into an advocacy and policy leadership role, which is consistent with where they came from, because there was a gap. There was no peak body for Aboriginal housing and homelessness, and there was no one that was really looking at the issues facing Aboriginal people in terms of housing in Victoria.
And that was a particular concern that was highlighted by the development of the Aboriginal housing and homelessness framework, Manana Wantin Matakut, which translates in Gunditj Mara as every Aboriginal person has a home. We'll get to the detail of that framework shortly, but an element of that framework was the creation of the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum. And as you mentioned, you're also here in your capacity as the chair of that forum. Could you please briefly describe the background to the forum and why it was a desire of Aboriginal Housing Victoria and other organisations to create that forum?
Look, I think it was really the appreciation of the gap in terms of the number of people that were needing housing and those that were looking for housing. So, knowing and understanding that it just seemed to keep growing unabated. The Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum actually commenced as a steering committee for the development of Manana Wantin and Manta Court. And so once Manana Wantin and Manta Court had been had been completed and it had been presented to government and it had been accepted by government in Queen's Hall in Parliament in 2020. There was a discussion about continuing the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum with a view that there needed to continue to be community input into overseeing implementation of the framework. And, you know, one of the really significant things that we uncovered, because we didn't realise at the time, was just how significant the homelessness rates are for Aboriginal people. You know, understanding that actually Aboriginal people are accessing homelessness rates in the highest rates in the country in Victoria, and that it was growing. It was growing at roughly 10% a year on year. Tells you that there's a very significant problem. And understanding that 17% of Aboriginal Victorian population was accessing homelessness services is incredible. If it was in the mainstream, there'd be 1 million people accessing homelessness services in Victoria every year. It'd be an absolute crisis, but it had been overlooked and not understood, and government didn't have their eye on it.
And how many organisations participate in the forum?
Well, it's a pretty open forum. We have roughly 36 to 38 Aboriginal organisations that participate. That includes a number of the unregistered Aboriginal housing providers in Victoria that are mainly Aboriginal community-controlled organisations that deliver health and community services and a range of other services. And it also includes traditional owner groups. So in recognition of treaty and in recognition of the role of traditional owner groups, it was felt that they potentially in the future would have a role in terms of the delivery of Aboriginal housing, or at least an interest. So it was opened up to the traditional owner groups as well.
And the forum has provided a submission to the Yoorrook Justice Commission.
Yep.
And I'll ask some questions in regard to that shortly, but I'll just take that moment to tender that submission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So then turning to to each of the representatives of the co-ops, Simon, just starting with you, did you just want to give a brief description of the work of the Worawa Aboriginal Cooperative, and in particular its work on housing issues for the community?
So Worawa was established in 1980. Similar to how we are today, but a way smaller table, with our community wanting to find a place that was safe for our community. As Darren mentioned before, about safety and having opportunities for our community, it wasn't the greatest in Geelong, so they determined they wanted to create our organism based on community culture, advocacy, and we probably call it self-determination now, is why our organisation was created. And from there, we've grown to be an organisation now that runs over 80 programs, everything from birth to dreaming. We deliver a service in there in one way, shape or form. And housing for us is a component, but it's not the only thing that we do. As Darren said, that they are the sole housing focused organisation. For us, we started providing housing roughly in the 90s, so we've been doing it for 3 decades now. And it really came again at why we were created was for community needed housing, and they needed a space where they could go and be heard and listened to and find housing that suited their needs. So we started very small, but it wasn't just purchasing housing for community. The co-op back in the 90s was also purchasing houses from community that were struggling to afford them and enable them to rent in that house as well. And I know that because I was one of those families. So without that support, my family would have been in, my parents would have been in, dire straits trying to provide for their family. So our co-op is, while housing, like I said, isn't our priority, it is a critical key component that ensures that our community is housed safe and that we can provide the wraparound supports that we need. in our current portfolio, we've got roughly around 20 houses. And we continue to look at how do we grow that. But unfortunately, funding for us isn't in there. We aren't a registered housing provider. We've looked at it as part of this current bid build that's happening, but for us as an organisation, it continues to, the challenge that we have to look at is how do we stay true to what we were created by a community and the supports that they need, and how far do we continue to divert and grow as an organisation. And I know I'm going off topic just a little bit, but I think it's important to understand from an ACO perspective where we are in this, in that in 2014, our organisation had a protest from our community that sat out the front of our organisation. And the reason for that protest was we'd gone away from being an organisation where you come, connect, engage with mob, learn about culture and the likes, to a service delivery organisation where you only came if you needed a service. And again, I can testify to that. I've born and raised in Geelong community. The org was created the same year I was born, so I've been along with the whole journey. But for 10 or more years, I didn't go back to the co-op in my mid-teens and early adulthood because I wasn't in trouble with the justice system. I didn't have chronic health issues. So the orgs that we created that were there to support community weren't providing that function, and our community stood up. And for us now, it's a real catalyst at looking at everything that we take on. How is it diverting us away from who we were and why we were created? So housing, to become a resident housing provider from our perspective, changes the whole way we do our work and why we do it. So for us, it would either be a change of constitution, it would be setting up another board that would govern our housing, the way we would oversee our housing and the way we sent our rent and we support our community would change, and we wouldn't have the control over that. So our housing isn't there to make money. It's there to ensure that it doesn't run at a loss and it breaks even, but it's there to ensure our community have housing, and it's to look at if they've got health needs or they've got social emotional wellbeing needs or they want to connect greater into culture, that we have all those supports that we can wrap around. And we don't just provide them a house, we want to provide them connection with our community and culture. So to us, that's really important. We'd love to grow more housing and have a greater support. The waiting list continues to go. I know just for us at the moment, it's sitting around 30 to 40 families waiting for housing. But again, we only have 20, and once communities move in, they very, very rarely move out. So it's a long-term plan and game that we need. And we've been working with Darren and Aboriginal Housing Victoria. We attend a lot of those committees. We're on other committees such as WDAC, the Western Districts ACO Collective, where we're advocating for further funding into our space. Again, we talk about self-determination. We talk about transferring of power and giving community and Aboriginal people a lot more say in our space. But as soon as the government release new frameworks, i.e. the big build project they're doing, it still comes with the same restrictions, and it's still aligned to, they have to fit their model or you miss out. And so we ultimately as an organisation have had to say, well, right now, we're not going to change who we are to just go after some funding for housing, because it changes our whole organisation. So we've got to now look at other ways that we can provide housing for our community. And we'll continue to work with our Aboriginal housing and the likes and advocate for greater housing in our area. But unfortunately, we don't meet the requirements, and we're not going to change our organisation to meet it.
And I'll come back to the big housing build directly and explore some of those issues. But just to bring the commissioners and anyone watching into the frame, my understanding is that the major announcement of funding for building of housing, including social housing, access to grants under that fund is limited to registered housing providers. That's right.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are only 2 Aboriginal community controlled registered housing providers. That's Aboriginal Housing Victoria, and I hope I get this right. I think it's Rumballara is also the other registered housing provider.
Yes, to my knowledge. There are other ACOs now looking at becoming housing providers. I know one within our region is looking at it. Again, it's because they want to provide housing for their community. It's not something that they would want to do if they had the choice, but they said the need for growing their housing property is a key focus.
And we received a submission from the Mallee District Aboriginal Services, which stated that they're in the process of seeking such registration. And Simon, just to also flag something that came up in the framework, that one of the recommendations in the framework is that the government consider more flexible options for access to grants, including under the Big Housing Build for the Aboriginal community controlled sector, without having to register as an Aboriginal, but as a registered social housing provider. The difficulties you've described are the context for that type of recommendation. Is that right?
It is. And again, it's not, I feel a lot of departments and when they're writing new strategies and policies don't understand the ACO lens and how we work. And hence a lot of the times we're missed within the new development of framework. So again, I mentioned the big build. We weren't even really considered in how could ACOs that have been providing housing for 30 years, how do we get into that space? We know our community. We're the ones that have our fingers on the pulse, understanding the needs and requirements, and yet most of the time we're not at the table at the conversation. So we are now in the forum that Darren's team run with the Housing Partnership. But again, we can put that up. It's up to the department and the ministers to review it and determine if they want to change it. So it's still a lot of talk, not a lot of action from my perspective. And ultimately, who's hurting the most is our community. How do we get more houses into our region? We don't even have a regional strategy. We aren't brought to the table. And in some ways, we can look at ourselves and think we can be doing more. How do we pull ourselves to our own tables? How do we bring ACOs and Aboriginal housing and start creating regional strategies around how much housing we think we need over the next 5 years and how do we think we can achieve it as a collective? It's still very much we wait for the department or a minister to call meetings rather than us being the lead in that space and saying, well, this is what we need for our community. How can you help us achieve that?
Simon, can I ask you, did you say you have 20 houses?
Yes.
And how did you fund those?
So they've just been purchased over the time. Some of it have been through grants and the likes, and then other has been through the organisation taking out loans and purchasing properties because community have been on the verge of losing their house. So the co-op has flown in and made sure they're able to purchase that and keep the family in a house. That's the whole essence of what ACOs are. We're there to ensure that we support community. So if somebody's struggling, that used to be the ethos of ACOs is we get in there and support them. Now, buying houses is a lot harder. We've got a lot more programs we deliver and a lot less resources that we can provide to do that. But it doesn't mean we don't look at how can we support families when they're in that space.
You?
Tony, I know you've got some views on these matters that we've been discussing as well, but can I just invite you also to just introduce the Gulum Gulum Aboriginal Cooperative and briefly describe its history and its work on housing, and in doing so, feel free to reflect on some of the comments that Simon's made as well.
Thank you. Unlike Simon, I'm a fraction older than the co-op, but Gulum Gulum did celebrate 40 years in the last 12 months, so we've been around quite a long time. And again, like all ACOs, it was community need for services right across a full spectrum of services that our elders got together and created Gulum Gulum. And we're quite remote in terms of our location up in the Wimmera. I think the nearest ACO to us, a full service ACO, is close to 200 kilometres away. So we have a huge area we have to cover, and it's one of the less dense populations, but it's quite a demanding position to be in to cover that entire area. You know, we can do day trips up to the Southern Mallee to see one client. We can do a whole range of things. So like most of the ACOs, we run a full suite of services, everything from housing to health and everything in between. And over the years, we've grown dramatically. We're I think when I first walked in the door 13 years ago, there was less than 15 people there. We're now 70 plus people, and we run a huge range of services. So for us, housing's always been a really important component of supporting community. And our history with housing was a lot of the houses we started with were the old Commonwealth CHIP housing program, they called it. And we were granted some properties, and we still have some of those properties. And you can imagine that was back in the late 80s, early 90s, and quite old and run down now. So for us, we've always been able to provide a certain level of housing. We have 20 properties in our portfolio at the moment, but we have a need for at least double that in our community. As I said, we have waiting lists of 20 to 30 people, and in the rental market in Horsham, as in a lot of regional areas, there is no vacancies, and there are never any vacancies if you're an Aboriginal family. We know how that system works, and it's puts a lot of pressure on us to be the housing provider. And I know Dallas will talk about this, and Simon talks about it. We're providing constantly crisis accommodation, short-term crisis accommodation, and I think when we talk about housing and homelessness, and that, we overlook so many people couch surfing, so many people living in overcrowded houses, so many young people wanting to make their move in life and start their own journey independently, but there's just no properties available for them. So that's a really important part of that, strengthening the community and creating their opportunities and their future wealth. It's a real barrier, housing. So for Gulum, we're quite, I guess, proactive in this space. We're currently engaging in developing our own master plan, because the frustration, I guess, in dealing with government departments is we have to wait. We have to abide by their frameworks and their plans. That doesn't always match. And this big builder, I think, is a classic example. ACO housing is a small part of what the ACO does. That's a critical part of what we do. It's not. We've proved over 30 plus years it's sustainable, it's viable, and it has a huge impact. And I could tell stories of young couples renting a house at a very affordable rate for years, and then their next step was to save their deposit and build their own home and start their own families. And and that's, for me, I often refer when I talk to our board about creating Aboriginal wealth. It's not wealth as a lot of people see it. I see it as wealth of opportunity to start their own journey in life. So it's really important to us. And right now we're doing our own master plan because we can't wait. And I think the current environment around big build, and that excludes ACO housing. The ACO housing model that has been around for 30 plus years is proven to be viable, it's proven to be sustainable, and is beyond doubt absolutely essential. And I just think it's a massive oversight to exclude the model that's been around. We don't need to be registered or certified. We've been doing this for a long time. We're audited in so many other areas. It's just seems a massive oversight to me, or a deliberate oversight. I'm not sure which.
Thanks, Tony. Now, my understanding is that both Wathaurong and Gulum are members of the Western District ACO Collective. I think, Simon, you mentioned that before. The Western District ACO Collective have provided a submission to the Commission, so I'll just take that opportunity to tender that submission, Chair. Then, Dallas, I know that Bendigo and District Aboriginal Cooperative does not directly deliver housing as part of its portfolio of services, but I just wondered if you could describe the history and work of the cooperative, and at least how you see housing issues arise for your community members.
Yeah, thanks. So the history that we've all been involved with in Bendigo's, we're quite a new cooperative. 2001, Bendigo District Aboriginal Co-op was established, but in about 1988, Jarvis Association is what we knew as our co-op, and out of that, become in 2001 the health service separated from I guess the native title group. So as Simon said earlier, it started in a lounge room with some some women in our community that decided that our families needed somewhere to go. It wasn't an extra service for us. It was a service it was somewhere to provide services because we weren't getting them anywhere else. So that's how it started. We don't have housing ourselves, but we do provide emergency accommodation. We also have we run services from maternal and child health to aged care. We've got a kindergarten with 60 Aboriginal children in 3 and 4 year old kinder. That's really important for us to build connection to, so these young people know that our cooperative's a safe place for them. I've got a number of examples of just why that housing, it's just so hard to work with families when housing is an issue. If you're trying to, simple things like trying to help someone out with their fines, if they've got nowhere to live, they don't care about their fines, even women escaping domestic violence and not having anywhere for them to go apart from interstate, just on one family last year, we spent $17,000 on emergency accommodation. I sent 2 letters to the minister and I was able to secure a home, and it shouldn't take that much to be able to secure someone a home. We've also got a program called APRAP, which is the Aboriginal Private Rental Assistance Program. Really tricky program. Our people are not the first ones on top of the list at private rental real estates, so we just have to work with it the best we can, but it is a really tricky program. But I really welcome the opportunity to have a go at housing. We did, in the 90s we had, Darren might be able to correct it, but I think we had 12 homes that we transitioned over to Aboriginal Housing Victoria. But since then, no, we haven't had any community housing.
And what are some of the barriers for entry for the co-op to be able to manage a portfolio of houses? You said you might want to do it, but what would some of those barriers be?
One of the reasons is we need access to, a huge amount of funding, which would, as Simon said before, with the big build, we'd have to register as a housing provider, which I read something a number of years ago that said you need 200 homes to be profitable, or at least break even. So the chances of that aren't huge. So I think that's definitely that's one of the biggest barriers. But just something Tony said earlier about that young family that got to save for a deposit. I think one of the things that it really upsets me. We think about, we're providing public housing to our people. Like, how long until it's going to get to we can provide generational wealth to our young people? Like, they should be stepping stones to buying your own home and leaving that to your children and children's children. We see it so much in non-Aboriginal families, yet we don't have it in ours.
So I want to turn to some foundational issues and key barriers in terms of housing security for Aboriginal Victorians. And I might start with you, Darren. If we can bring up page 7 of the forum's submission. And that's the framework. Sorry, the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum submission. Thank you. Yes, and just if we focus on the first 3 paragraphs, and Darren, this is something you mentioned in your opening, in your opening answers, that some of the key statistics highlight the problem of housing and homelessness for Aboriginal Victorians, in that nearly 19% of Aboriginal Victorians need the support of specialist homelessness services. In one of the other strategy documents, it's mentioned in the blueprint that we'll come to. It's mentioned that that translates to about 1 in 5 Aboriginal Victorians being homeless, compared to 1 in 50 for the general population, based on the statistics. Oh, sorry, that was actually in the forum submission as well. One of the powerful comments is the one in bold. So in the third paragraph, our communities are culturally rich and diverse with histories and heritages that were shaped over many thousands of years. Homelessness was unknown prior to colonial settlement. From your perspective, what is the impact of historical dispossession on Aboriginal housing and homelessness today?
Sure. Look, I think you can draw a line with early settlement, early colonisation, and the dispossession of people from country, and the practices of dislocating people from country, moving families around Victoria. And then, you know, if you trace the history and just take a superficial look, you can also see that there were, you know, practices of control, assertive control over people on missions, and outside of missions, excluding people from contact with families. And I think all of those things contribute to Aboriginal people losing their economy, losing their homes, and then being dislocated into the fringes of towns, and having marginal connections with the economy, and having an inability to control their destiny because of that. And then, you know, when things got a bit better, there was still political exclusion, economic exclusion, which meant that Aboriginal people were locked into the housing at the fringes of towns. And it then endured, and you can see how it relates to a whole range of other issues as well. So you have increased contact with child protection, child removal, the criminal justice system, institutionalisation, deep trauma in families, and deep and complex disadvantage within families, and income inequality. And if the only way that you can be housed is if you are relying on being able to purchase into a market that doesn't really value you and excludes you, and I'm talking about the private rental market, then you're going to be marginally housed. And this happened, and under the eyes of government, without them acknowledging or addressing the issues.
Did anybody else want to reflect on the connection between historical dispossession and the housing crisis today?
Yeah, I guess, and again, I'll go from personal experience because I think it's, you know, it's the most, for me, logical one is that we also have started late in housing, if you want to call it, as a community, and wealth and generation and the like. So my mum, who's in her late 60s, is one of 12. The remaining siblings that are left, there's 5. They range from 70 to 60. When they grew up in a 2-bedroom tin shack on the Murray with a dirt floor. So we're talking about 60, 70 years ago. And now, it's not that long ago. So our community moving into housing and having not just the opportunity to rent it, but to purchase it, because we got to remember, in Australia, Aboriginal people haven't always been able to purchase houses, let alone go to school and all those other issues. So we've started from a long way back compared to most Australians. So how do we understand that and support the growth any way we can? So with this master build and the big plan that they've got now, their aim is to generate, you know, hundreds of properties into our community. But again, it's only through their model. They're not listening to us in the way that we've grown, understanding these complexities, understanding the challenges that families have faced, and some are still dealing with traumas that go all the way back there. So how do we support our community to own houses, not just rent it? And then we have the other complexities that I still can't believe happen in this day and age. So only 7 weeks ago, there was a community member living in our area, and he was successful in securing a rental property through Aboriginal housing, which was great. And this community member was wrapped, but the building developer or the owner of the building, you needed a fob access to get into the property. Aboriginal housing done their part. We've been advocating doing our part. But he had this house for 5 weeks. And 4 weeks of it, he's been living on the streets because they couldn't get the fob. So their strategy was, until we get a fob, can't remove into your property. So they were happy to accept the people living on the streets. So how crazy is that to say, I've got a house, but I'm homeless. And only late last Friday was he able to secure the fob and be able to move into the house. So that's a current challenge that we face. We can build the properties, but then you have these little hiccups that hinder it. And during that period, this community member was very heightened, stressed, suicidal, you name all those things. And I don't blame them, because you have a house. Yeah, you can't access it. That's crazy to me. And then we go back to 70 years ago, a community lived on dirt floors. So there's a lot that has happened to our people that, one, I still don't think is known and understood, and we've still got a long way to go. So understanding that history and that context, and that it wasn't that long ago. It's one generation for me. They're the challenges and complexities that we face.
Yeah, Dallas and Tony, did you want to add anything to any of that? No? Yeah, go for it, Darren. Yeah.
I think that's a really good reminder, because one of the things I didn't say in the introduction was when the Aboriginal Housing Board of Victoria was first formed, one of the other concerns that they had was that there were still Aboriginal people living on the riverbanks from the Murray down to Gippsland out the west as well. And so there has been this real exclusion, and just also a reminder that, I don't think government really saw Aboriginal people in Victoria up until the 60s and 70s, and then started to think about Aboriginal people and what it meant as a group. And there's even been a prevailing attitude during my working life where senior people within departments had the view that, why would we invest time and effort into Aboriginal people who are 1% of the population, which is entirely wrong on many levels. And the other point I just want to make is, while public housing was available, again, Aboriginal people had difficulty getting access to public housing, and then staff who were working with them within departments did not understand Aboriginal people and understand their history, the trauma, the institutionalisation, and how that was reflected in the way they lived in their properties and some of the things that they had to confront.
I think it's interesting you make the comment about the senior bureaucrats making their comments about only 1% of the population, because we had Uncle Alan Brown yesterday talking about the history and advocacy of VARs, and he'd met with a politician not too long ago as well, who said, basically that Aboriginal affairs, won't win votes. So just, a further reminder today that, whether it be ministers or whether it be government in or government out, or bureaucrats having particular views and low expectations, as we heard also from Professor Ray Lovett, low expectations set for our people. Just wanted to make that comment.
Darren, while we're with you, the submissions from both the Forum and the Western District Echo Collective, as well as a number of other submissions, have highlighted a number of key barriers to housing security. And one prevailing theme is just simply the lack of social and public housing for Aboriginal Victorians. Put simply, there just aren't enough houses to keep up with demand. And I might get some of the data wrong, but my understanding is that that Aboriginal Housing Victoria operates around 1,500 properties. There are other ACOs that run smaller numbers of properties. For example, we've heard about 20 from 2 ACOs each. But there are about 4,500 Aboriginal families on the register, which is essentially a nice way of calling a waiting list for housing. In your view, what are some of the key problems that have caused such a demand, and what is the impact of the lack of social and public housing for those families?
Where to start? The first thing is a lack of investment in social housing. So, at least over the last decade, if not extending back for 20 years. So there's just not enough social housing to go around to meet the needs of people that need it. And I think, part of that is recognising that social housing has now, at one time public housing was low income housing for people, and it was an opportunity to meet the needs of the most needy, but also to provide a step up for people so that they could, have a little bit of assistance to enter the home ownership market or into the private rental. It's not the way it functions anymore. There's just not enough housing. It is really about housing those with the most vulnerable and the most needy. That's one issue. Second issue is the housing markets aren't working. So it's a national priority at the moment because new housing has become unaffordable for homeowners, for new homeowners, and the private rental market is just it's jammed. The vacancy rates are so low at the moment, which is why you're seeing the Commonwealth Government investing in building 40,000 houses nationally. So that doesn't help. Aboriginal people, particularly in regional areas, and my colleagues here can probably talk to that more directly than I can. The private rental market, Aboriginal people experience racism and prejudice and difficulty in getting into the market. And what we hear is that the private real estate agents in regional areas know the names of families, so you just have to have your name on an application, and you will be immediately put on the bottom of the pile. So when markets don't work, it's the people at the bottom who get crushed by the markets, and so that's what we are seeing with Aboriginal people in Victoria. The other factor is the fast growth in the Aboriginal population. So the Aboriginal population is growing at much faster rate than the broader population. We have people on, there's an income disparity, so we have more people on lower incomes, so we're more exposed to what's happening in the market.
Damien, just a question. Both the Minister and the Premier talked about that transfer of the 800 odd houses in 2016. So as a very positive thing that the state had done in Aboriginal affairs. I just sort of want to get a little bit more context about that and sort of what brought it about. And then, like it's 8 years later now, what's the continuing policy? Are there more houses coming, or it was a one-off?
I think they're considering it. There's roughly 3,600, I think it is, it's up to now, Aboriginal renters in public housing, which is more than there was in public housing when there was a transfer process to Aboriginal Housing Victoria. And at that time, and this is the tenancy transfer back in 2009, 2010, where about 1,300 renters came across, and we were managing their tenancies. I think how it came about was the advocacy of the Aboriginal Housing Board. Going back right from the start, there was always an intention that they would take on they wanted to own the stock and they wanted to manage it, and they wanted to manage the tenancies for Aboriginal people. My understanding is it was in the Labor policy platform for a number of years, and it was really advocacy at the point of the 2014 election, and working with the central agencies, working with the Director of Housing, and working with the Minister at that time, to tell them that we thought it was time. It's time for them to start the process. So when there was a change of government, and the Labor government came in 2014 with that election policy commitment, they were prepared to consider the title transfer, and they weren't just going to hand the properties over. We had to prove to them and establish that we could manage those properties, but there were some agreements made about how that would happen, and it happened.
Because both the Minister and the Premier stated, I think we asked what's an example of good sort of practice where you've enabled self-determination. Would you say that the complexities that come with that, like, was it a good example of self-determination, and what were the complexities that come with that housing?
So the key issue was the condition of the properties that were being transferred, because they were aged properties, they were deteriorating, and there'd been an Auditor General's report back in 2012, and that had pointed to the asset management failures of the Director of Housing, and questioned the condition of the properties. So when we were going through the title transfer process, the thing we had to demonstrate was that we knew and understood the maintenance liabilities of the properties, and we had asset management strategy and plan in place so that we could manage them over a period. And we had to demonstrate that by providing 15 years of financial projections to do that.
Can I just ask, so you're getting back, so I don't put words in your mouth at all, so correct me if I'm wrong, you're getting back properties that aren't maintained. You have to show that you can maintain them. Was there any money given or funding given to bring those houses up to standard?
There was that, and to be clear, we didn't know the condition of the properties because they couldn't provide us with property condition assessments, and we had to do some modelling based on property condition assessments that we undertook. So we didn't know the condition of all of the properties. So there was a bucket of money, and it was of the order of I think it was $6 million that accompanied the transfer. But you know, it's always an ongoing issue, the condition of properties, and that can be reflected in the fact that during COVID, with the stimulus building works, there was a package of funding that was made available. It was $34 million to undertake works in all of the properties that we manage, but also in the properties of a number of the unregistered Aboriginal housing providers as well.
Out of all those properties, though, how many of them needed work? So would it be 50% of them needed work? Like, can you give us some rough sort of understanding?
At the time, back then, it would have been more than what the $6 million was going to provide for. You
had to dip into your own other resource from other areas to be able to get them to a habitable state.
Every housing agency has to set aside capital.
Yep.
And they have to set aside an operational maintenance budget to manage the condition of the properties. So and the issue with social housing, of course, is always that the returns are tight. So you need to have strategies in place in order to manage your portfolio. And one of the strategies is actually being able to dispose of properties that are uneconomic. And so that's always been part of our strategy as well.
And then can you just share like the community expectations on the organisation? Because publicly government would have made a big announcement around how many properties, as we hear about when they're announcing money and when they're announcing how many properties that the organisation gets, then that creates a community expectation that you've got all these 1,500 extra houses, 1,300 extra houses. How like what's...
It is the key challenge, managing community expectations around the conditions of the property. So I don't know that it necessarily raised expectations, but there is always an ongoing expectation from community around maintaining the properties.
Just to finish this one off, so it was a one-off, came from Labor Party election things in 2014. Is there anything in the wind that you've heard of about a continuing of transfer of properties?
There is a pilot that's being discussed at the moment about a transfer, and there's also discussions about some programs to build new houses and transfer them across and AHV has been the recipient of a transfer or transfers over the last 2 years, where 109 properties have been transferred across for management, not the titles and not the assets, but the management of those. And I'll be really frank, I think we will argue till we're blue in the face that one of the things that we need for the smaller housing providers out there is to facilitate transfers of existing stock and also transfer of new builds across to the ACOs so that you can build their scale, because we actually need as many providers, Aboriginal providers out there who are able to manage the houses, because the scale of the issue is so great. We need an additional 5,000 social housing just based on population predictions that we conducted over 20 years, which is, it's a bit less than 300 a year. And that's not, we're nowhere near that at the moment in terms of the properties that are coming across. But management transfers and asset transfers of existing stock are a way that you can assist smaller housing providers to scale up so that they can meet those kind of... The issue is, and I think you mentioned it, the 200 properties is kind of an industry, it's a rough industry benchmark. And what it really means is that as an independent housing provider, you can manage most of your functions at a fairly adequate level. Doesn't mean you're going to be able to go out and build a lot of new housing without additional support, but you'll be able to manage your portfolio. You'll be able to have the right mix of housing officers and finance staff and your back office staff, your asset managers, your property staff, in place so that you don't need to cross-subsidise it. And that's kind of the point for smaller Aboriginal housing providers, is that they are very possibly cross-subsidising their housing programs from their other revenue, and it's diminishing the kind of returns that they actually get.
Waiting lists. We need to understand, and community needs to understand, who are listening in as well, how important this subject is, around like waiting list times and stuff. Can you give us any indication as to kind of what the average sort of wait list is? We got our women escaping family violence. We've got people being continually kept in incarceration because they can't get bail because they haven't got a house to go to. So just to try to understand a bit more about what's some times the people are having to wait. Is it years? Is it months? If you can share.
I can jump in from our perspective at Gulum with our 20 properties, and we have 100% occupancy rate, and that's been the case since I've started there. We've had no one leave. So without new stock, we can't meet our ever-growing waiting list.
And your waiting list is growing out to how many?
It's growing. We've probably got 30 people on the waiting list. We could probably say that 15 to 20 really need a property. And as I said earlier, it's about overcrowded houses, young people wanting to get out on their own And I think we talked about domestic violence and that. We don't have any control over that either around the transitional housing back into community, and that we're part of a program to have a refuge and healing centre developed in the Wimmera in Horsham. It's work we did with Kundish Marine people down in the southwest. And one of the questions I asked at the time was, so what is it? Whilst we appreciate the investment in this refuge and healing centre, I said to the government, what is your strategy around the transitional housing? I got a blank response. So I don't think the planning is all that fantastic. And we've just talked about the transition of houses over to AHV. That's fantastic. There's not one new property involved in that. So it wasn't meeting demand. It was just transfer of titles. It wasn't around the growth or meeting the demand. And I'm sure Simon's, it's got some of the biggest Aboriginal population growth in Victoria is on his country. We need growth in that investment and diversity of that. What housing is. It's whether it's transitional housing, crisis housing, permanent housing. So I think it's a very broad issue.
Our waiting list is, again, it's the same as Goulam's. It's when a community member roughly passes is when our houses open up. And then you've also got the complexities. If they're living with a family, then that family wants to take over the lease of the property. So in 10 years, the last 10 years, we've had 3 changes. We purchased a new property so we could put a family in. And then the other 2 have been due to communities passing into dreaming. So we don't change over a lot. But if you ask most of our community, they say they prefer to be on our housing list and wait. But obviously they're on mainstream. They're also on Aboriginal housing. We just don't have the housing to support it. We do have a growing population moving into Geelong. I should have mentioned that my organisation covers Wyndham to Colac and back around the Surf Coast, so it's a large area. And more community want to sit down on our waiting list. They just know they're most likely not going to get a house in their lifetime, unfortunately, which is a real shame. And we do want to explore how we can get more. There has been programs that have helped us in that regard with government creating the removal of first mortgages and all those sort of things. So we own all our property outright. But it is a challenge for ACCOs to think about taking on debt and growing our stock and the like. So there are those challenges, but yeah, our waiting list is generally to our community side.
Can I just ask, what does emergency accommodation look like? I think you mentioned something before, Dallas, and you'd spent so much. What would that look like in your orgs?
In our org, we largely put community into hotels, motels, caravan parks, wherever we can get them in. But again, it's just not for housing. It's family violence. It's a number of different things that our community get placed in there for emergency housing. And we're now starting to face issues around finding places that will take our community in. So every time we go to book now, they're like, yeah, no, we have no vacancies.
Even that system has become racist.
Yeah, that's.
Yes, and I've instructed my staff to, when they're calling up motels, they say, oh, we're just looking to book a room for the night, and then they go into it. Because if we say, hi, it's Dallas from Badak, they're full,
Okay.
And just that one example I said earlier about a young lady, 3 children escaping domestic violence, we supported her for 49 nights in a motel. So in excess of 17K it cost us. So yeah, but even that, there's just a list of motels we can't even ring because they just, as soon as they get a whiff of that it's us, they just say they're full, or they say they can't have anyone that night.
And wouldn't be a week goes by we don't put someone up for a night or 2 nights.
And as Commissioner Lover pointed out, women and men can't get out of prison unless they've got housing. Children can't get returned from child protection unless they've got housing. Yet there is no housing.
Crisis accommodation.
We're the highest rates incarcerated and child protection.
And I think that was, it's absolutely everything. We can't work with our families on any issues, challenges, unless we have stable housing. So it's everything. Yeah.
Let's follow up. To give you an idea of the wait list and the time to get housed, and government doesn't talk about what the time to get housed is. And so we've got about 1,600 properties at the moment. We turn over about 120 a year. There's 6,000. There's few more people on the Victorian Housing Register than what you mentioned. So because there's also transfers which are counted separately. It would take us by ourselves how many years? Probably 30 years, 50 years to house the people that are on the VHR. But if you look in general, there's roughly 60,000 people, not just Aboriginal people, on the Victorian Housing Register. There's about, roughly 60,000 houses in the system. Even if you looked at 10% of that being turned over each year, that's about 6,000. It's about 10 years to house everyone that's on the Victorian Housing Register. And the issue is that it depends on where you go, where you're looking. If you're looking in the northern suburbs, the demand is off the charts. So it's very difficult to house people in certain locations, and it's different across the state.
And here we are sitting on vacant land with plans and opportunities. We're just waiting for that government investment. We're ready to grow our stock. We know how to manage our stock.
You got a proposal in with government?
We are developing a master plan for our properties, because that includes some decommissioning of old properties and putting units. So that takes a bit of work, because we're doing that. We're self-funding that. We've learned from bitter experience, if we're going to wait around for government to change our direction, we'll be waiting a long time. So we've taken that financial responsibility to develop a master plan. That includes property surveys, it includes architects, it includes the whole range, to ensure that when we are ready and government, they won't have too many questions to ask.
Just on that, we also provided the submission that we did to the Commission to the Minister as well, which had a number of recommendations from WDAC. But as Tony just pointed out, there are a number of ACCOs out there looking at how we can do housing differently. For instance, at Wathrong, we're also looking at, we've got some vacant land, and we're building a 3D printed house in partnership with Deek and a few others to try and see if there are cheaper ways that we can provide housing for our community, but there's a lot more quicker. So we continue to look outside the box and think about how we can get housing, but we still need way more housing than we can do ourselves.
And Tony, you mentioned earlier about the problems for the community accessing the private rental market, and that has come up a number of times throughout the course of submissions, and the framework highlighted it, and there was a specific report commissioned by the Commissioner for Residential Tenancies about that issue. I just wanted to provide you with an opportunity to describe how that problem arises in a real on the ground sense for a number of your community members.
It is so real. It's Aaron touched on it. Vacancy rates are just non-existent in rental properties, full stop. So the real estate industry, the way it's set up now is that it's very impersonal. You basically make online submissions. If they know who you are in Horsham, you're an Aboriginal family or you're a family that's on welfare, you go to the bottom of the list, full stop, because the options, they've got plenty of people wanting to rent a house. So anyone who's not in the mainstream system is pretty much automatically removed from those lists. And whilst it's not stated, it's understood that there's a pretty strong element of racism in that. I have staff who are living in fear because they're in the private rental market, and as soon as those properties are sold, there's nowhere else for them to go, because they know they will go to the bottom of the list. And they've got jobs, but because they're out of Goolum or part of the Aboriginal community, they just know they're not going to get a property in Horsham, and we can't attract staff into our area because we haven't got housing. So for us to live in a community where we can't support them. It's really frustrating. It's really disappointing because, as I said, we're ready to do this, but we're just waiting on government to meet that need. But the private rental market it's tough. It's really tough, and hate to be on the waiting list.
Yeah, did anybody else want to raise any issues about the private rental market? Just to cover off on another issue that was raised in terms of a lack of emergency and transitional housing, and the particular issues raised for those suffering from family violence and engaged in the child protection system or exiting incarceration. Dallas, I just wondered in terms of your co-op running some crisis accommodation services, how you see the intersectionality of Aboriginal people's engagement with various systems playing out in terms of their housing needs.
Yeah, well, I mean, ours is just providing funding for emergency accommodation, but also we'll staff it if it's keeping a family together. I think that it goes back to, I think Commissioner Hunter said it before, if women haven't got a place to take their children will be taken away. They're not providing a safe place, as it's seen. So I think, and exactly the same as all co-ops would be able to say that we have men arrive with bags that have been released from any prison around Victoria with either one or maybe 2 nights accommodation, and then that's it. So what does that person at times revert to? What they know, and they end up back inside. You said child protection, and escaping family violence. These are all band-aid fixes. I know I saw the commissioners before look at each other when Darren said a pilot. I think we're all sick of pilots. Like, we're not a pilot community. I've got so many examples where we've had pilots that have been quite successful. We worked with young mothers and babies, to stop these pre-birth reports, and you get to the end of the pilot, and we had 25 mothers and children go through, and 24 went home from the hospital, and the department said, "Oh, we're not sure where we're going to get the money." So they also didn't expect the pilot to work. You know what I mean? It happens all the time. We get funded for a pilot, and then it works. Well, we're not sure where the rest of the money's going to come from. Yeah, I just think all of this is band-aid fixes, emergency accommodation, all that. It needs to be more planning and more investment.
I wonder, on connected to that issue, and I might go to you, Tony. The Western District Eco Collective, as well as the framework, mentions the importance of the housing first principle. And I just wondered if you or someone else could explain what that principle is and its importance.
Well, it's very simple. Housing is everyone's right, I think. And Dallas touched on it earlier. We can't deal with anything in our community without stability, and the primary force behind stability is housing, security of housing. And until we get to that point, we're going to keep running pilots. We're going to keep putting band-aids on a whole range of things, and whether it's child protection, justice, the family violence space. Without housing, we can't do what we want to do. I mean, our communities can't be safe and secure, and they can't thrive. And we're talking in real deficit language all the time here. Our families are entitled to thrive and be successful in life. So housing as an absolute starting point, I think is fundamental to any discussion we have around strengthening Aboriginal communities. So from my perspective, and I think it's a really absolute point. We can't unpack a whole lot of things if we haven't got those starting points.
Can I ask,
you're all involved in different governance forums and so forth in your own right. But how much engagement has the Minister for Housing had with you mob?
From WDAC's perspective,
Yep.
We sent a letter out in March around a submission along the same lines as the submission that was made to Yoorrook, and to date, WDAC hasn't had a response.
Anybody else?
From my point of view, the only real contacts we've had is when I've just been at wit's end and had to send letters, and she has written back, or someone has.
We've met with the minister on a number of times. I've got a monthly catch up with her chief of staff, which was actually just yesterday. The minister is attending the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum meeting in June, the 21st of June, and I am aware that she has been going out and about and talking to various different Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. So we met with the minister with the Aboriginal Youth Advancement League in relation to one of the projects that I talked about that was part of the 34 million. So there was a refurbishment of the Gladys Nichols Hostel. So we met down there with the minister and had a discussion with the minister. We then went to a meeting with the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Services about Worawa and talked to the minister about Worawa. So for those that you don't know, Worawa is a prisoner transitional housing facility that VALS provides the support to the women, and we provide the property and tenancy management of the facilities. And I'm also a member of the Ministerial Homelessness Committee, and so she has attended those meetings on 2 occasions as well.
Can I just ask, with the forums and things have been going quite a while,
Yep.
Have they been productive? Have the outcomes flowed from those things, or is it more, I guess I'm asking you to rate them on their efficacy?
I do, but I don't think the failure is, I've jumped to where I'm getting to. I think we've made progress since 2020, and I've got a list of achievements here that I can talk to that have been made in that time. But do I think that we are in a position where I can confidently say that we are making lots of headway in terms of tackling the really pointy bits, which is reducing Aboriginal homelessness and increasing the number of Aboriginal people that are being housed? And I'd say no. I'd say that we need a significant investment over the next 5 years into a number of things, including growth of funding for more Aboriginal housing. And just to be clear about the position that we have, we do have a view that addressing the Aboriginal housing need is a responsibility of everyone. It's a responsibility of mainstream housing providers. It's a responsibility of public housing, and it's a responsibility of the Aboriginal housing providers that can step up into the space. But the position is that where there's an alternative and where it's possible to actually invest into the Aboriginal community in a way that is consistent with Aboriginal self-determination, where the assets are owned and controlled by the Aboriginal community, that is where government should be investing. It shouldn't be investing into growth into community housing, mainstream community housing, and itself, without actually making a really good effort to ensure that we've got processes in place that can support Aboriginal housing providers to grow and scale up. And that means unpacking the barriers that have been talked about this morning around how that happens and working with the community to achieve it. So I think it's been really useful for the Aboriginal members having the AF and having that place where they can come and work through housing and homelessness issues. But in terms of where we've got to, we do not have the level of investment and resources to tackle the issues that are actually in front of us at the moment. Can I just provide a little bit of data around Going back a step. So these figures are from 2022-23. So the number of Aboriginal people accessing SHSS, the Specialist Homelessness Service System, 11,860. In that year, young people under 18 who are presenting alone to the homelessness system requiring assistance, 1,913. That's a massive number of people. And put that in the context that the homelessness system, if you present homeless, it is not very good at once it's supported you in providing you with a home. It's also not very good in terms of providing you with temporary accommodation. There's just not enough resources in the system. The number of people who are presenting who have experienced family violence, 50% of Aboriginal people, non-Aboriginal people, 42%. Although family violence is the main reason for presenting, it's 28% of Aboriginal people and 29.9%. And in terms of people exiting custody, 5.2% of Aboriginal people, of the Aboriginal clients that are presenting, have been exited custody and are in need of accommodation.
And I want to pick up on the particular vulnerability of children in the system. In the forum submission at page 9, if we can bring that up and highlight the final paragraph, which is 2.4. The forum, so it's, the very last paragraph, 2.4. Forum calls for urgent action to be taken to curb the increasing numbers of children requiring homelessness service support. In 2022-23, 2,863 Victorian Aboriginal children accessed the specialist homelessness service that you just mentioned, Darren. This included almost 1,800 children under the age of 9, of whom 934, so more than half, remained homeless at the end of their support period. There's a call for, obviously, urgent action to fix that problem. Darren, and I'll invite anyone else to comment as well, but Darren, what's the type of urgent action that needs to happen to attempt to solve that particular problem?
Yeah. Look, I think we need to understand better who these children are that are presenting for a start. I suspect a number of these children are people who are either involved with child protection or have previously been involved with child protection. I think they need a house and they need wraparound support. And, for a child to manage a tenancy, they need a whole lot of supports that are in place.
Yeah,
sorry, can I just add to that? So the state is the legal guardian of these children. I would say I would agree with you, majority. I know we don't have the exact numbers, but yet they're not supplying housing for them. So tell me what would happen if you were an Aboriginal parent and you weren't, child would be removed. So how can we ask the state to be parents? Sorry, that is just the most appalling figure of the children under 9 not having homes.
Yeah. I want to say two things. I'm surmising about the involvement with child protection. I don't directly know. I do know that there is a significant number of children and Aboriginal children that front up to the homelessness services who have actually exited the child protection system. So that's a fact, but I don't know how it relates to this data. So I just want to put that there.
No, look, I get it. But if you're 9, there would be a good chance. I get why you're surmising to that. So I get why you get, but the homelessness service would then report them to child protection anyway. How do we have children in this country, 9-year-old, homeless? Like, what is that? That's an indictment on this country, right?
And I also don't understand that data as well, because that If that is 1,800 Aboriginal children out of 2,860 who are presenting by themselves, that's incredulous. It could be, and I don't know because I know that this is very recent data, and I'm just not. I think it would be a good thing to ask Homes Victoria next week what this actually means, because we've just been working on this, so just uncovered it recently. So I don't know if they're unpresented, if there's 1,800 children under 9 that are presenting, some of them with their parents, some of them not with their parents.
I would think it'd be all with their parents or with their guardians. And I think you can absolutely presume that they've got child protection involvement, because if they are homeless, they're going to have it. I don't know. It's just, you think about 934 young people that are still homeless. It's just devastating.
And this is that intersection, this whole of life service model that ACCOs are involved in. When you have a weak point like that, how can we protect those families and keep those kids safe?
Can I just say on another point that I do have delegated authority over 110 children at the moment. I'm one of 3 organisations that do. None of our children are homeless at the moment. So it goes back to, if we're going to make headway, we need to be running our own services.
And I want to jump on that. I mean, Darren mentioned the importance of wraparound services, and that's something that's particularly prevalent in the ACCO model of service delivery and community support. So in particular, Simon and Tony, I know that both of you have discussed the unique capacity of your organisations to provide that type of wraparound service. And I just wanted to ask you to describe that model and what it means for the housing services you deliver and its connection in to other supports that can be provided to family. I'm not too sure if Simon, you want to start, and then Tony can pick it up.
Yeah, okay. So with our model, so for instance, we provide health service, social, emotional wellbeing. But if I even bring it back to our simple process of our maintenance team, so we have our own maintenance team that do lawns and maintenance. We have our own building team, and part of their role is when they go into the house, it's not just there to service the house; it's there to connect with the family, chat with them, get to know them, understand what challenges they're facing, and help let us know what other services and supports they need. It's not just about paying your rent and us coming in and doing an inspection. It's about us ensuring that the house is up to standard. But if a family's struggling with mental health, or they're needing some supports in, they haven't been to a doctor for a while, we can connect them in that way so they don't get missed. So that's the whole model of an ACCO is, doesn't matter what you come to us for. If you've got other issues, we pick them up and we give you the support. So it's that one stop. You walk in, you're wrapped around with all the supports around you, rather than having to leave our service, go to Centrelink, go to a doctor, go to the police. You come to us for everything. So that's ultimately the model. And looking at obviously this stat, another one that we haven't touched on, because that's just, I can't believe in this day and age we're still talking about that many children being homeless, let alone people being homeless. The other challenge that we're facing now, more so than ever, is one, yes, we have a growing population. Since COVID, we've had an influx of community now moving down to our area from Melbourne and other regions due to a number of factors. Properties are largely bigger, cheaper, and the likes. But we also have a population that's growing older that we haven't even really factored in our services and the like. So dementia is now starting to become a big issue in our community. They need housing that supports that, and needing carers to be able to live in housing with them. So we've got to think about how do we transform our houses to accommodate that. We've got more community presenting with disabilities. How do we transfer houses into disability, and how do we just build more disability houses for our community? So it's one thing to say, yes, we need more houses, we do, but it's also how do we support the growing issues and growing population in a number of factors that are going to present. I know in our community we've got a number that need disability housing. I've got no idea if you've got a waiting list of Aboriginal housing, know what the demand is from their perspective they're providing, but this isn't just one issue, it's multiple issues that, again, if we don't come together as collectives and work out what do we need for instance, in Wadak in the West, and where is it need and how do we break that down and how do we grow it and what's a realistic opportunity to achieve that. Yeah, we're going to be here again in another 5, 10, 15, 20 years saying the exact same thing. So how do we talk about self-determination, we talk about changing the dial and doing things differently. But the first step in that is giving over power and control. And that's generally where I found, from my perspective, and I worked 20 years within government, now being on the other side, letting go of that power control is the biggest issue. And
I draw attention to the meetings with the minister. How much, is the minister getting out and about, and actually how's that going to the other comments that were made about the effectiveness of the engagement? Hear a lot of this about the strategies, and government's commitment to self-determination, but we haven't seen any yet.
I think that's a really good point. Last week we were at a forum with the Victorian Aboriginal Community Controlled Sector members meeting, and Bacho presented an echo model of the services we deliver. It's work that we've been encouraging to happen, because when you look at that document, you think, why in the hell do we do this job? It's so complex and it's so broad, and it's that whole of life, Yeah, Simon, there you go. It's an incredibly complex model of service. And I think it goes back to that issue. We are trying every day to have a whole of government approach, because we have a whole of life approach to our community. We don't disconnect at any point. Yet we are arguing in silos with government, because housing doesn't just sit with DFFH. It sits with justice. It sits with the child protection system. It sits with a whole of government response. And this is why education, everybody needs to play a part in this response and identifying those particular needs, whether it's disability, whether it's ageing, whatever. We just continually struggle to get that whole of government response. And it's so frustrating, because we do all these other services and they do them brilliantly. And Dale's just talking about his work with with children, really courageous work being done by ACOs across the state, and stepping up and taking on challenges that not many people would want to do, and we do it really well. But here we are, always isolated. And I think in this particular issue, we feel like we've been excluded. Not even, you talk about being listened to. I think we've been excluded because our ACO model of housing works. We have not had that conversation yet.
And for me and for us here, we're running out of streams. Education, we started education. We're yet to hear anything about self-determination happening. Child protection, not happening. We get transferred over a broken system. Justice, same deal. We're talking about housing. We're still trying to find when government has really delivered on their commitment around transferring power and resources. We really are running out of streams.
I think one of the other things, you'll have government will be able to tell you great models of self-determination. Well, why are they telling us great models? Shouldn't it be us finding great models of self-determination, not government?
Of course. That's why we're asking you the question, 100%. Government telling government how good they're doing. And we've got a blueprint here. A blueprint. Do you use back in the blueprint?
Just on your point, probably my biggest frustration, having come from government back into the community sector, has been the lack of understanding around what self-determination means. The amount of time I've met with ministers and then I'll meet with the department, I feel like they don't even know, or they're not on the same page, because sometimes we can get commitments from ministers and then we work with the department, and the amount of blockages and roadblocks we face are ridiculous. And sometimes it can be the other department is working really well in self-determination, but the minister isn't. So
what's the barrier for them understanding? It's a pretty simple concept. It's been around for a long time. It's been explained and explained and explained. Why is there lack of learning? Why is there an
Listening.
inability to part?
I think it's listening.
I think it's more than that.
I think it's more than that. I actually think it's political will. Because there is a lot of commitment. And one of the things that through Mana Ngā and Mātakot we've been able to get an agreement on is that any new investments into housing and homelessness, 10% of it should be allocated for Aboriginal housing and homelessness. That's reflected in the current budget outcome, where through the budget there was 190 million invested into homelessness, and 10% of that has been set aside for Aboriginal homelessness initiatives. And we've been able to have a process where they will listen to us about how that resources is best used. But the issue is, I think, is that there isn't the political will to tackle the issues at the scale that's required to achieve substantial change. It's complex and it's interrelated. But why aren't we working through that complexity and coming up with solutions?
Well, that makes it very difficult to believe in the ability for the government to transfer powers for the things that we have expectations about now. Very hard, is it not?
I believe it is. Again, it's because, and I use examples. So in our out-of-home care space, they always talk about us in regards to taking leadership and having ownership. And the ACAC model, Section 18, is the model they're presented. But what if we don't think that's the model for our community? It's either take this or you miss out. So where's the flexibility and self-determination to enable each organisation and community to determine what works for them best? Because I look at all the frameworks and the money spent on Aboriginal affairs all over the time. Where's it gotten us? And it's continually driven by governments and departments. Again, we continually say self-determine, let our community and let our organisations lead this space and you'll get better outcomes. And you can argue whether it's racism or the likes, but that transfer of power comes down to they either don't trust us or don't think we can do the work. Yet they keep funding us to run programs that they set the parameters. In out-of-home care, we get set how many hours our caseworkers are meant to work with kids and the likes. Not that we ever sit down and follow that. We'll go over that all the time because that's what we need to ensure that those children stay with their family. So again, stop developing models and telling us how it works. What is your outcome? And let us figure out how to make that, achieve that. Because I guarantee you the way that we've developed our orgs over the last, for my organisation, 44 years and others, some longer, some shorter, it's really helped ensure our community is thriving. And Dallas is an ACO kid. I'm an ACO kid. I wouldn't be here where I am today if it wasn't for my community, my organisation. So how do we ensure we create more and enabling the power to sit with us rather than sitting with government? Because the current model doesn't work, but they're too afraid to change it, I believe.
And I think it's a really dangerous period too, given that all we hear every day from government is financial constraints. We're at a crisis, so our problems are escalating, and yet we've been told that there's no money around to progress these things. Well, there is money around. You just got to shift things around and prioritise things. I don't buy into this government's broke business. There's money around. It just needs to be directed where it's most needed, and I think we've got a pretty good case where it's most needed.
I just asked about the 10% you mentioned earlier. Like, did the government negotiate that with you, or did they just tell you that was the 10%?
No, we negotiated that with government, and in Mana Ngā and Mātakot, we said that we needed targets. We needed to set targets with government, and there's kind of a rationale for it. 10 times overrepresented within the homelessness system, etc. So, they should be, and the population's 1%, so at least 10%. And that kind of target around an investment makes sure that housing and homelessness for Aboriginal people is always being considered by government. Because every time they go and invest again, they've got to think about what does it mean for Aboriginal people. but it's a fallback position. It's not the position where you're going to see the substantive change in outcomes. Those investments are yet to make their way out there. We have made progress, and
if you go to that now, yeah, sure.
Can I provide it to you rather than read through it? Can I just provide it to you either later or table it or?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So we've got a report that we provided to the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum, which documents the key achievements since Aunty and Martha, and you can see progress. But we really need to be in a position, and going back to Aunty and Martha, there's two really strong themes that the Aboriginal community had. One was we need a strong safety net of housing, social and affordable housing for Aboriginal people, and homelessness services that are effective for Aboriginal people. If you look at the homelessness system as it works at the moment, Aboriginal people roughly, you would say, get treated the same as non-Aboriginal people through the system. That means that we get access to the levels of support roughly the same as non-Aboriginal people. We get housed at the same kind of rates through the homelessness system. Formal equality. But that doesn't change the housing and homelessness crisis that we've got in the community. We're not making progress. There's got to be greater priority given to Aboriginal people within the systems, and that's what we're fighting for as well. We don't have a strong safety net. Most of the resources still sit in government and in the community sector, so the mainstream housing and homelessness providers. Roughly 19% of clients accessing homelessness services are Aboriginal. Last year, 3% of the funding was going to Aboriginal organisations to support those clients. The mainstream system does need to support Aboriginal clients, but that's a long way below where it should be. With recent investments, I think it's boosted to 5%, but a long way to go. The other theme is about moving to housing independence and to wealth creation through home ownership. There's a really strong theme through Aunty and Martha, but the logic of Aunty and Martha, and it's a long-term framework for 20 years, a roadmap, is that you've actually got to be able to house people. Then you can work with the people that are housed. You can work with the organisations, the Aboriginal housing providers, and you can work with them to think about, well, now how do we turn our minds to home ownership and create those pathways from social affordable housing, private rental into home ownership. And we think that in the next 5 years, there needs to be the investments into creating a strong safety net, commencing the work around that transition and that pathway to home ownership and wealth creation. And to do that, we need investments into the capacity and the capability of Aboriginal housing and homelessness providers, and more funding and more resources being diverted to there. We need a foundation for long-term change. That's what we think we need.
And just arising out of the framework was the development by AHV and other ACOs of the blueprint for an Aboriginal specific homeless system. If I can just go to page 14 of the blueprint, shows a diagram of the flow of services from entry to exit for the Aboriginal specific homelessness system, and the requirement for integration between access and supports. So it's page 14 of that blueprint. It's I think because it's double paged, it'll be page 8. Yeah, there we go. Thanks. And if we can just highlight the the figure on the first page under service arrangements. Thank you. And so an integrated service model between screening, open entry points, various service delivery models, including transitional housing, longer term housing, immediate and emergency accommodation, and then ensuring exit into longer term social and affordable housing, private rental or home ownership and support. And underneath there's a range of supports that are required, including case management and linkages into service systems, which aligns very much with what many of you are talking about in terms of those wraparound models that ACCOs provide. Simon, my understanding is that, and at the risk of people rolling their eyes, a pilot project for Wathaurong regarding Aboriginal specific homelessness entry points. I think that was mentioned in the forum's submission. Did you just want to talk about, to the extent that you're able to, that that pilot project and just the importance of building ACCO capacity to be an entry point for families in terms of not only housing needs, but a range of needs?
That program, that pilot, we only received funding late last year, and I've only really just started to commence that program this year, so it's still fairly new. But it's aimed to do exactly what it says, is to support communities that are homeless, that are also it has some additional funding there to help with, and I really hate having to say this, but providing our mob with crisis accommodation, all the way down to providing sleeping bags, tents, you name it. It's there for that whole realm of space. So it is really disappointing when we can't get community into crisis accommodation. Again, that's a whole nother challenge around not being able to secure places and having to send community off with sleeping bags. Like, to me, that's appalling that we have to do it, but we are really at our wits' end with accommodation and crisis accommodation where we can send community. It's a continuing growing issue. For me, the biggest opportunity with this pilot program is we work with everything, every area we've talked about today, from out-of-home care to family violence to justice to prison, leaving prison and likes. And ACCO has a program in that space. We do everything in it. So they're not having to come to us from another lens. They're already generally involved with us in some way, shape or form. So the key issue that we continue to face, though, and a barrier that we have, is we have no accommodation. There is just none. We will work with a department, largely DFFH, if we need something like immediately. And sometimes they can accommodate us and sometimes they can't. My question is, we don't even know in the Barn region, the region we support, is how much accommodation is out there. How much the department has, how much is sitting within AV, Aboriginal Housing's collection, what is ours, and what is the mainstream, and how are we ensuring that as collectors we're utilising all those properties to ensure that we reduce the amount of people that are facing homelessness. We don't even come together that. There's so many misses and not connecting, that if we actually pull together and work together, and that's what the Aboriginal Housing Partnership Forum is starting to do, is identifying what's out there and what opportunities. It's from that forum that we put our hand up to become a pilot for homelessness and crisis accommodation. So it is through that, and that forum actually endorsed us to become a pilot as well. So there are having networks in that, but for us it's still an early program. Like, we're still really finding what it does, but we just know from our other programs it's a massive in that our community are going to have now, with some resources that are there to help them, but the biggest resource we don't have is housing, accommodation.
You were referring to a bit earlier about tents and sleeping bags. Where is mob going?
Exactly.
I've just pulling up the side of the road. That's where my mind goes.
I laugh at the notion that you qualify as an entry point. We're an entry point Because if you're homeless and you're an Aboriginal person, you land on our doorstep, I'll guarantee you. That's where they go, and that's the great thing about an ACO. That's where Aboriginal people feel safe, and that's where they go. We don't have any resources directly, so we send them down to the local community service org, the mainstream org, who are responsible for crisis housing. And I can guarantee you, even now in our area, they don't get a swag because they can't afford it. So I don't know where they're going. I know where they're going because you see them. The issue is, without housing, this is just Band-Aid on Band-Aid on Band-Aid. And it, I couldn't imagine what the government is spending in crisis accommodation, because we use brokerage from a whole range of services. If someone comes in, they go to the mainstream, or they'll get 1 or 2 nights maybe at a motel and then back on our doorstep. All right, here's another week. Let's try and sort some things out. We don't have resources to sort things out. We just hope that somebody in the community steps up and helps them out. So
just on that point, because some people might be thinking, well, why can't they stay in accommodation the whole time? We'd love that. One, we don't have the resources. 2, our community members that are living homeless have a number of traumas and triggers that they're dealing with. So, when we are putting them into accommodation, it mightn't always work out because we don't have the wraparound supports that we can provide them. So it's not a matter of us not wanting to house them longer term. Sometimes they wear their own welcome out in the facility that we're housing them, whether it be motels or caravan parks, and they won't let them stay anymore. So then we are left with, we can't let them go on the street with nothing. So it is sleeping bags, whatever we can do to provide them. But these are the challenges we face. And if you're just moving from one crisis to the next, like, you're starting to get heightened, and all of the other issues that you're facing. The mental health struggles on somebody that doesn't have housing is massive. And how do you get those supports when you don't have a regular base? You're continually moving. So you might start doing your treatment, but they might be in Bendigo or Horsham next because they can't deal with what their current situation is. So they move, and then they're starting it over again. So we're just repeating the cycle over and over.
And you would have seen, by helping many of the mob coming forwards, people re-engaging in or being re-incarcerated because they can't get housing. Therefore, they end up, absconding or going to, break the law because, they're trying to feed themselves or find accommodation and so forth as well. And then, we know it costs over $100,000 for an adult and over $200,000 for a child to be incarcerated. Then again, it comes back to, ministers, senior bureaucrats, the accountability and the responsibility around self-determination.
It's very sad when you hear an adult, let alone a kid, say that they want to go inside because it's the only roof that they've known. And for some,
can you say that again?
They want to go back inside because it's the only roof that they've known.
Inside, you mean by jail?
Back into prison, juvenile justice, into mainstream prisons, because it's the only steady roof that they know that they'll have, and meals. Like, for me, that is a broken system.
And you've heard that recently. This is not 60 years ago, as you were referring
earlier. All the
time. Can I just make a follow-up point? It's not just the absence of housing, it's the absence of housing and support programs for people with particular needs. So, and I think what you're talking about, Simon, kind of exemplifies that. So one of the most difficult things to try and do, and we've tried to take this on, is to work across different portfolios. And the issue with housing is that there might be capital available for a period of time, but there's no, it's not accompanied by the support dollars to provide particular support. So, we can provide more social housing, but if we are taking people in who are experiencing family violence, have they got the wraparound supports that they need? And particularly if you're talking about, kind of short-term, temporary, transitional housing, have they got the kind of supports that they need to go with it? Because often what you find is it makes their circumstances worse for them because they're alienated and they're not able to access their supports. Same thing with people leaving prison. Like, you can provide a house, but if they don't have the supports to assist them to reintegrate back into the community and to continue to address the kind of issues that they've been dealing with, which led to them being involved with the criminal justice system in the first place, then the tenancy's at risk. and they're on a pathway back into prison. And there's a range of other examples. People with disability, the system does not identify the disability needs of people so that you can work with them. People with significant disabilities require houses that are modified to meet their needs. The Victorian Housing Register doesn't adequately capture what those needs are so that you can work with them. Some people actually need a house that's purpose-built for them, and it doesn't come from the housing system. Might be in the NDIS, but they don't talk to each other.
And what about funding parity? Sorry. What about funding parity? So I think you talked about it a little bit earlier, but can you just elaborate on the kind of funding that you might get for housing compared to mainstream to do even just the basic level of services? Is there equity in that?
The way that the housing system is established, it assumes that you have got sufficient scale that you can manage your properties and manage your tenancies within the rents that you receive. So there is not additional renter support dollars that are provided to housing providers through the housing system. There are programs that are in place, but they're inadequate and they're not far enough. One of our big issues is that we manage 1,600 properties on social housing rents, which are discounted rents, and we don't get any recurrent dollars to support any of our renters. So, and because we're statewide, that also means that there's a cost in terms of being able to engage with service providers, and we can't do it at the level that we can within the rents that we receive. So there's a big issue with the design of the housing system. If you go back to the Housing First principles, you asked a question about that as well. The idea of Housing First is it's a way of addressing homelessness. If you provide people with a house, then you work around what the support is that they need and you provide them with the support that they need. And one of the other principles is that you don't put requirements on people to get the housing. You don't have to access a drug and alcohol rehabilitation program in order to get the housing. You house people, then you support them. And the way that the homelessness system works, the way that the housing system works, there's a big problem with vulnerable people. And people are not getting the support early when they're homeless, and they're not getting it once they get housed. The supports that you get from the homelessness system into housing, for the most part, disappear pretty quickly. So vulnerable people are always vulnerable to losing their tenancy through the way that the housing system works.
And I think this just goes back to talking about the ACCO perspective and the ACCO model. We are so perfectly suited to investing in housing because we have so many wraparound services and we have this mentality of early intervention and prevention of crisis. All of our services with our children, with our elders, everybody, we base our model on that wraparound services. So we're a perfect candidate for investment in housing because we have that capacity. We have more capacity than the social housing model because we can draw on other program areas to support our tenancies. Our property maintenance crew, we go and do everybody's Aboriginal person's house in Horsham. It's not just because they're our tenants or they're on a Commonwealth Home Support Package, for example. We go and do it because that provides dignity and sustainability of housing. And often these days, we're always around mowing your lawns in your properties because sometimes your resources don't allow you to do that, provide that service. But ACCOs are so well positioned to be invested in as a housing provider because of that capacity. And we're talking about mental health, AOD, all of the wraparound service you would ideally have around a tenancy. And it's the reverse, tenancies are given, but there's no other supports in the public system. And it creates all these other problems. And we say we've got the model, so invest in us.
Just like disparity around kind of audit and compliance, do you feel that you might have to jump through any other hoops that maybe mainstream providers wouldn't have to jump through? Are there any comments on that, if anything, that you're aware of?
I wouldn't say so much in the housing space because we obviously don't get housing funding, but in other spaces, definitely.
We're compliant with all the acts. As a housing provider, we have a model that enables us to do that, and that doesn't require us to be a social housing provider. So our particular model is that we engage agents to manage our tenancies, and that's the lease, property inspections, etc., etc. We maintain control over all other aspects, whether there's rent arrears, etc. We manage those because we work with our community to ensure they're sustained. So we believe our model, and it's a scale, as a provider of 20, 30 houses, we can't afford to have property managers on our staff because you need 100, what did you say, I think it was 160 houses per property manager, qualified property manager to sustain it. So we outsource that component to an agent. And the deal is that agent respects our tenants and we give them cultural oversight, very strong cultural oversight too, to ensure that there's no tension in that relationship. So it's a really good model of how it can work. And we pay 6 to 8% to an agent and get all of that coverage.
We've tried the model agent, didn't work for us in Geelong, and we've now brought it back in-house. So we have our own property manager. Again, I say community speak with their feet. If they didn't think our model was where they wanted to be, whether they need a house or not, they get up and leave. So the fact that we've had housing for 3 decades now shows community, and more keep coming to us wanting housing. We just don't have a plan.
I note the time, and I was intent on getting a gold star as council assisting for finishing on time and have completely failed. So I'll just wrap up in the next 5 minutes if that's all right, Chair. I wanted to end on some of the examples that are community-led potential projects that have an opportunity to deal with some of the issues that we've discussed. And in the Western District Eco Collective, and you mentioned this briefly, Tony, but I wanted to just give you an opportunity to expand. Worawa Aboriginal Cooperative have commissioned a KPMG study and architectural costing and concepts for your existing land to build 10 to 15 houses that will deal with, in significant part, with your own wait list. And I think you even mentioned, rather than sitting and wait for government to deal with it, you're kind of moving ahead. Just wanted to understand from your perspective what that project looks like and what its potential is.
Well, it's getting on with looking after our people. Just get so frustrated going through the machinations of government. So we've been to our board and said we need a master plan for our housing because I spoke earlier, we'd had a lot of the old chip housing and it's aged, and there were old 4-bedroom weatherboards on huge blocks of land, and they're just not meeting the needs of our community. So we went to the board and put up a proposal that we engage consultants and an architectural firm to do a master plan for us. We've got a pretty good idea of what we want in terms of the land we have and 2 or 3 homes that we know we could decommission and rebuild and do that in a timely manner that we're shifting people, current tenants. So no one wanted to lose their tenancy in the time being. So we're at the stage now where surveying all of our properties. So we've made the commitment from our board, and at this stage it's $50,000 to $75,000 is the upfront cost for us. So at the end of that, I'd say within 12 months we will have, and our architects are very interested and have some experience in the public housing sector and social housing. So they're very interested in getting into this space and designing appropriate housing for our needs and for our community at a really high standard. So I'd say within 12 months, we will be able to go to government and say, here's our proposal. It's costed, it's thought through. We know we can sustain it, and we'll be ready. But at this stage, I'm not actually eligible for anything as an eco housing provider. So I'm doing it in the hope that we have some impact.
Simon, I think you or Tony mentioned that Worawa is partnering with Deakin University to have a 3-day printed community home co-designed and built on land already owned by the ACO. I'm just wondering if you had any, if you wanted to expand on what that project looks like and what it might mean for the co-op.
For us, it's just looking at ways we can build more houses quickly. Obviously, 3D printing is something new that's come into the market, and we have some land available, and we're really trying to figure out what are our quickest ways to get accommodation for our community. So 3D printing can be done within a week, and you've got the outskirts of a house built, and then obviously the insides and the likes. But for us, it's still a work in progress figuring it out. We actually haven't started the build. I think that's starting next month in July. So that's really exciting that hopefully we'll have an opportunity to present to other ACOs into Aboriginal housing and the likes around what 3D printing can mean and what that presents for community. And also, you know, it's a lot more sustainable for our environment. So we're now starting to really focus on, you know, we are carers of land. How do we ensure that we are caring and also looking after our community? So we'll come back with more info later this year, but it's still, the aim is just looking at alternatives to quicker housing.
Darren, the framework sets out a number of comparative models of potential innovative solutions to some of the intractable problems that are identified in terms of housing security for Aboriginal Victorians. One of those solutions is one that has been working in the United States to great effect, which is a build to rent model. Just wondering what your familiarity is with the concept of building to rent and what potential that model might have here in Victoria.
There's opportunities through funded programs at the moment. So for build to rent, there's opportunities to work with developers to not necessarily to acquire properties, but to take on tenancy management, so rental responsibility. So the Victorian government and the Commonwealth government fund these types of programs, and there's opportunities for build to rent. It's not the same as owning the asset at the end, and it's always got to be the preference, but the opportunity provided by build to rent is that there might be, particularly in medium and high density apartments that are being built, there might be opportunities for, and more for affordable rentals, that opportunities that otherwise wouldn't exist for Aboriginal people, and which is an issue because where things are going with the housing statement, if you read between the lines, they are looking at a new planning template for Victoria, and part of that is reducing urban sprawl and building on the urban fringes and increasing the densification in regional centres and in Melbourne. And the outcome is that if we don't actually find a space in there for Aboriginal people, all of the housing will go to non-Aboriginal people and we'll be living on the fringes. And we won't be close to jobs and opportunities and services and all the other things that come with it. And an example of that is the suburban rail loop, where there's going to be centres and there'll be housing provided as part of it, social and affordable housing, part of the development of those of the suburban rail loops.
Thank you. Those were my questions, Commissioners, unless you have any.
One more, just about systemic funding. So probably more targeted to you, Darren, around, or any of you really, but opportunity. So does government right to use to let you know when funding opportunities, become available, or like you're talking about, proposals that you're putting to government? Is there a time that they kind of, let you know, or how are you made aware when government's looking to invest in housing more broadly and stuff?
There's a variety of ways that they do that. They do use the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum to get information out. Our criticism is that they don't actually allow sufficient time to do the planning and to invest in the development of project proposal. And we've been saying to them that they need to change the way that they do it. They need to change the way that they procure housing, because it often excludes Aboriginal organisations from participating. An example of that is the Housing Australia Future Fund, where there's the way that they have described the subsidies that will be available, and the need to provide the upfront finance for construction, and the need to borrow money. It's going to exclude a lot of Aboriginal organisations, and there will be a gap in terms of the funding contribution, because we know that there are differences in the types of houses that the Aboriginal community wants, and they're slightly more expensive. And we also know that the cost of housing Aboriginal people is higher because of the level of disadvantage of the people that we're housing. So there's structural reasons that we are excluded from opportunities, and we need to work with government. I'm going to take the opportunity to say a couple of other things as well. There needs to be.
How long is that, before you do that, how long is the time frame that they give you to respond? So they let you know last minute, but then what is the time? 1 month, 2 months?
You might get given 4 months.
Yeah. And how much would a proposal cost to do something like that? Roundabouts.
A cost, if you're building 100 houses, it might cost you $500,000 to $1 million to develop up a proposal.
There's no guarantee that you'll get that proposal.
That's correct.
$500,000. You got to lay out front.
And the kind of fundamental argument that we put to them is that you're not talking about a mature sector that's operating at scale. And so you're asking ACCOs to compete, both in terms of their criteria and their idea of what value for money is, against a mature, competitive sector that's operating at scale. So they need to do some work, and they need to change the way that they procure and they fund, so that Aboriginal organisations do get access to the funding that's available.
It's some other things you were going to say, but I just wanted to get.
I was just going to mention that there are planning reforms which will create more opportunities that can be implemented. So, there are opportunities through development processes, through procurement, but also through legislation about setting targets for Aboriginal housing, much like you can set targets for social housing, and also in terms of land release. So government releases surplus government land, and they can change the way that they do that so that it creates opportunities for Aboriginal organisations to actually access that land so that they can build more housing for Aboriginal people.
Thank you, Commissioners. Those were my questions. So,
thank you very much. That was a very valuable session. Very valuable. Thank you.
We'll recommence at 1 p.m. with the next panel.
That's right. We'll adjourn until 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. Great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, we're ready. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, let's resume then. This session of the Yoorrook Justice Commission is resumed.
Thank you, Chair. If the Commission pleases, I'll now call today's next witnesses, Dr. Maddie Keynes, Hayley Maguire, and if we could have on screen our third panel member, Associate Professor Nikki Moody.
I think she's a long, long way too.
I am here. You just may not be able to see me.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just wondering with
and Professor Moody, can you see the room now?
I cannot. I can see the Yoorrook holding slides, but I can hear everyone very clearly.
Same as
Here we go.
there you are.
Here we go. Welcome, Nikki. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you able to see us now, Associate Professor?
No, but the audio is very good.
Thank you. I'll just see if we should correct that or proceed. Associate Professor, if you look at your screen, there should be a number of different, down the side there should be some window panes, and one of them hopefully will be the hearing room.
I can see myself into windows, but that I can see you also.
Well, and are those the only options?
I can see the interpreters, the transcribers and stenographers. I can see you in the room and some people walking behind you. So I'm assuming
Excellent.
that's room broadcast.
If you keep it up on me, I'll be asking a lot of the questions. So that's probably the most useful.
Maybe we just have to talk, do you think? Is it sound activated? Does that make a difference?
It does, yes. Thank you very much. I apologize for the user error, everyone.
Commissioner North, you have intuitively figured the system out.
Oh,
the camera will change to the person speaking. Thank you. I will. I'll get going now. If the Commission pleases, I'll now call Dr. Maddie Keynes, Hayley Maguire, and Associate Professor Nikki Moody. And I might start with you, Associate Professor Moody. Now we've established the link. Do you undertake to provide truthful evidence to the Yoorrook Justice Commission today?
I do.
Ms. Maguire, do you undertake to give truthful evidence to the Yoorrook Justice Commission today?
Yes, I do.
And Dr. Keynes, do you undertake to give truthful evidence to the Yoorrook Justice Commission today?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, witnesses. If I could now just ask each of you to briefly explain your professional background for the commissioners as relevant to the evidence relating to education today. If we can start with you, Associate Professor.
Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Nikki Moody. I'm a Gamilaroi woman and I'm joining you today from the unceded lands of the Yagara and Turrbal people in Meanjin or Brisbane. I am a sociologist of education. I have a PhD in sociology and have dedicated my academic life and my professional expertise to understanding the experiences of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in education systems and the revitalisation of our own ways of knowing and the institutions that serve our community's needs.
Thank you, Associate Professor. Ms. Maguire, as I understand it, you're the National Coordinator and Co-founder of the National Indigenous Youth Education Coalition. Could you speak to the Coalition's work and any other work that you do in this space?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Hayley Macquarie, a Durrumbal and South Sea Islander woman. I was born and raised in Rockhampton, Central Queensland, but have been living on beautiful Wurundjeri country for the past 4 years. If I can, I just quickly like to acknowledge and pay my respects to the owners of these lands, and also pay my respects to the deep knowledge systems and learning systems that have cared for these lands and the fight of Victorian mob in advocating for education rights, that even though I was born and raised in Central Queensland, I benefited from that tireless activism of the Victorian community. Yeah, I'm CEO of the National Indigenous Youth Education Coalition. We're a Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander youth-led organisation which is committed to realising a First Nations-led education system, and we believe that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people are an essential part of achieving that goal. My professional background has really come from more of the international education space, where I've worked with young people to advocate for education rights internationally through volunteering with the United Nations, and then have also worked with education coalitions in the South Pacific, but then have also worked in the Indigenous vocational education sector here. And yeah, working with my co-founders, a group of deadly young Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women, we created the National Indigenous Youth Education Coalition as a network of volunteers about 10 years ago, but we've been a solid kind of proper organisation for the past 4 years. Yeah.
Thank you. And Dr. Keynes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Dr. Maddie Keynes. I am a non-Indigenous settler historian of education, and I also would like to acknowledge and pay respect to the Wurundjeri people today, and acknowledge the long history here on Wurundjeri land of self-determined education, including at very important sites in recent times, such as the Koori College and Northland Secondary College. And yeah, I'm appearing today as an expert in the history of education. I have a PhD in history, and my thesis was on history curriculum and the history of history teaching here in Victoria. Yeah, I'm a researcher at the University of Melbourne. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And welcome all, if I may say. Welcome.
We might start, Dr. Keynes, with some work that you've done with the Coalition. In March this year, the National Indigenous Youth Education Coalition released a research report on its school exclusion project. And we'll talk a little later about school exclusion, but it contains a timeline of education in Victoria that it is useful to start our discussion with the past. If the operator could bring up page 34 of that report, which is the start of the Victorian timeline. Might start without that in this, and just ask you the question, Dr. Keynes, and hopefully that will come up on screen. get my own copy of it. At page 34 of that report is one of a number of state-based summaries of the history of education within Australia. Dr. Keynes, can you step us through some of the key historical facts in that timeline of education in Victoria as it relates to First Peoples, starting with the establishment of schools and education systems in Victoria?
Yeah, certainly I can. Education legislation was passed in all 6 of the colonies between 1872 and 1895, with Victoria being the first to do so, 1872. And this legislation purported to make education free, compulsory and secular for all children. The Act included a compulsory clause and it established the first education department. But this legislation made no reference to First Peoples, and reforms over coming decades to implement this first system of schooling made no provision explicitly for First Peoples. But despite that, the Victorian government had previously considered the question of schooling for Aboriginal children, including those living off the reserves. This was documented in a government commission of 1866. Into the development of a compulsory school system. And there the one commissioner suggested that, and I quote, "There seems no reason why we should charge ourselves with the education of Aboriginal children." And this was on the grounds that they were again quoting, "a migratory people. Their admission to our common schools could not be otherwise than distasteful to our own people." So this demonstrates that the government was aware of Aboriginal children living off the reserves and that they opted to provide no schooling for those children. And then, as documented in the timeline there, a number of other important pieces of legislation sort of swiftly followed the Education Act. There's the Protection Act of 1886, which you probably heard a lot about in this Truth Commission. And in 1891, responsibility for Aboriginal children's education was vested with the Education Department explicitly. So the board, the Protection Board, was not responsible for the provision of schooling. It was vested with the Education Department. But despite this, the department refused to develop a concerted response to First Peoples education. And I would say this was in keeping with the broader government's sort of attitude and approach and the narrative that there were very few First Peoples here in Victoria. Those that were here were treated equally. And I can provide some, examples of how that attitude was expressed.
And that's the narrative is there's not many, but we treat them equally to the extent that there are some.
That's correct. Yeah.
And sorry to interrupt, just bringing us to modern day Australia, are there any other aspects of that timeline that you wish to highlight before we start looking at schools specifically?
I suppose some other important moments to note in the timeline is that from 1957, the newly created, and I apologise for the use of offensive and outdated terminology, but I just use the historically correct terms, the Aborigines Welfare Board was made responsible for new legislation that emphasised cultural and economic assimilation. And this was a national kind of approach adopted from 1937, but with the interruption of the war implemented from the post-war period. And this identified education as essential for assimilation. And as a result, the boards started to exert considerable pressure on Aboriginal families, including and especially through enforcing school attendance and the policing of the compulsory clause.
Thank you. We've heard quite a lot throughout the Commission about the Aborigines Act 1890, which made the Board for the Protection of Aboriginals responsible for what is termed the care and custody and education of the children of Aboriginals. What did giving the Board responsibility for care and custody, but also the education of First Peoples children mean for the removal of Aboriginal children?
Well, it's difficult to say with clarity because, as I mentioned, the although the Protection Act had this legal responsibility as a sort of for the welfare of the child, it was the Education Department that was vested with responsibility for schooling. So I can say that those on the reserves and those off the reserves were considered highly migratory, highly mobile, and along with children of the very poor, for instance, they were considered sort of beyond the scope of government support service. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I can't say with clarity what it meant other than in the history of education and schooling. Yeah.
Thank you. And perhaps for the panel more broadly, or Dr. Keynes, what happens in that history when Aboriginal students and families started to engage with the education system, a system that wasn't designed for them?
Yeah, I can respond quickly and then maybe open to the others. As I sort of laid out in those foundational years of setting up this schooling system, it's clear that the department refused to develop, a kind of concerted response to First Peoples, and I would say their attitude was characterised by sort of apathy. But despite this, and despite this system not being designed for them, families and children did engage with government schools from the 1880s onwards. So it's difficult to say specifically on a systemic kind of level the precise level and the location of that engagement due to the government's lack of policy and a lack of separate records being kept. But despite this, we know from oral history, from autobiography, from personal accounts that Aboriginal families absolutely sought out schooling, and they did so wherever they lived. I can provide examples of the kinds of engagement if that's helpful.
Yeah, that would be useful.
So, as you may know, schools on reserves were closed down in the late part of the 19th century through to the early 20th. And so children attended generally their closest state schools. And when children were barred from those schools, which they were in many places, they in fact sometimes attended schools on the remaining reserves. That was the case at Antwerp in 1902, where children were barred from the state school there and attended the mission of the reserve school at Ebenezer. Settler communities protested the attendance of Aboriginal children. We showed this in the report across the entire country, but we also identified examples here in Victoria. So, for instance, in 1890, families who had been living at Framlingham before it was closed enrolled their children at the Hopkins Falls State Schools, and their settler parents withdrew their children in protest, enacting a sort of school strike to protest the children's attendance. And this was repeated at Barmer in the 1920s, where First Peoples children had been barred in some sort of informal sense. And in 1929, we know from newspaper reporting that children were then admitted, and settlers called for a public meeting to protest this and decided to send a delegation of 4 people to Melbourne to petition the Minister of Education and to, quote, enter an emphatic protest against Aboriginal children being allowed to attend the school. So that's sort of settler protests leading to exclusions. There were also informal kinds of exclusions that occurred that was not always captured in government records. We find this in the oral testimonies of, for instance, Aunty Letty Nichols, who recalled not being able to attend with her sisters the state school at Swan Hill until Pastor Doug Nichols intervenes. But it's not clear whether this exclusion was endorsed by the department or whether it was an informal local level kind of exclusion. And if I could make one last point, is to say that although schools were kind of not designed for First Peoples, and so they were accidentally in some ways assimilatory in this early period, engagement with schooling did not mean that assimilation was the outcome. And there is evidence that shows education and literacy skills in particular were used by First Peoples for their own agendas. We see this in 1902. And I can quote from the board here where they state in their annual report that it is a much more difficult matter to deal with 20 educated blacks than 4 times the number of the original and totally uneducated. And again, at 1912, the Reverend Stairler at Lake Conda, he wrote to the board in Melbourne and complained about letter writing of the residents. And he told the board that, quote, their education assists to give them trouble. So I just wanted to point to this, recognition that organised and resourced communities on reserves were using education for their own purposes.
And I think this is the bind that you speak about in your submission, which is assimilatory on the one hand, but incredibly powerful on the other hand. And I think the Commissioner's heard some evidence on a previous day from Nagara Murray about her own grandmother who went to the school at Kamaraganja. She tried to go to the Barmer school, which was across the river in Victoria, and they lined up all the black kids and they lifted up their shirts to check the colour of the skin on their backs, which is obviously another history being retold there. Obviously, at this time, there were deep and strong First Peoples knowledge and learning systems already in existence. Ms. Maguire, how did the colonial system impact on those knowledge and learning systems?
Yeah. So I think it's important to think about the role that education systems have. I think education systems in themselves act as kind of mirrors to the values that dominant society says are important for future generations to hold on to. Right? Within settler colonial education systems, land is viewed as an economic basis, whereas for me, in my perspective, land is a knowledge base for First Peoples, and it's from land that languages and cultures are drawn from. So there's a different kind of view and connection to land and the connection that knowledge systems play. Through the act of colonisation and through what we demonstrate in the timeline in our school exclusion report is that education systems have been complicit in removing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people from the connection to their place, to their land, which can be seen as connections to those essential knowledge bases. And so through, movement or through the denial of being able to practice your language or culture within learning systems is an act of disconnecting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people from practicing their culture and continuing to create learners that reflect the values and the intent of what they think those knowledge systems are for. So yeah, I think through this kind of history, education systems have broken up communities and families and has done a disservice in being able to really create learning institutions that align with what the aspirations of the communities are, both politically, economically, culturally, and socially at a systemic level.
And when you say that education systems have broken up families, can you provide an example of why that or how that has occurred?
Yeah, I think within the context of our report, we found that as soon as colonies were established, education systems, institutions were, schooling systems were established and children were moved from families to be put into either reformatories or industrial schooling. Reformatories were, especially in Victoria, were means of collecting criminal students, whereas industrial schools were kind of seen as providing training for neglected children. So there's a history there of where, and of course, when you've got the removal of children into missions to be re-educated, there's the connection there of it being complicit in breaking down family units
And what were those children being trained for in the reformatory schools and those other schools? What was the education for?
Yeah, so there was it was kind of to be made for like labor, cheap kind of labor, housemaids, or kind of technical trades. There was across the country examples where the quality of learning was not the priority for Aboriginal learners. Maddie, you could probably expand more on the direct historical records.
Yeah, sure. I can say that I think from 1871, the Protection Board had the power to send First Peoples children who were deemed neglected. And I should say as well that status was incredibly loosely established and often with no detail other than that neglected provided. They were able to send them to industrial schools and reformatories where they were prepared for menial labour. Often these were non-state entities, but did later become the province of the Education Department. And they were sent to work as apprentices, often with little guaranteed qualifications and no real formal training. And this sort of system remained in place until at least 1957.
And Dr. Keynes, can you speak to the specific role that you consider schools played in the colonial settler state? Yep.
Sorry, just trying to find the right bit of my notes. Schooling generally has in the past had different purposes. These intersect and clash at times. In the early foundation of the school system here in Victoria, I'd say there was sort of 4 main purposes. The first being establishing the state, its architecture, its laws, and therefore forming citizens for that state. So the school system the Education Acts in Victoria followed very closely behind the Constitution Acts and the Acts establishing self-government. So, and this is a trend around the world. You establish a new state and then you pass education legislation to create the citizens of that state and to teach them their duties and rights. The other purpose, it's closely related, is developing a shared identity, a national identity or an imperial identity. And here, in the early period in Victoria, which is to attach that citizen to the state and sort of win over their hearts and minds. You can't presume that the citizens will naturally buy into this new state project. You have to win their hearts and minds and establish in them a shared kind of history. And of course, this was the history of the British Empire and the British world at that time. And then the third purpose would be building social cohesion. In other words, eradicating difference and teaching people to live together. And schooling was seen as a way to curb differences, religious, racialized and otherwise. And finally, Hayley's mentioned the economic purpose of schooling, to support the economic goals of the state, to develop in citizens values such as capitalist values of industry, efficiency, individualism, these types of things, and to train them in the skills and dispositions required for that economic project. And of course, that economic project, as Hayley has mentioned, is founded on a very different understanding of the land and extractive kind of economy. And schooling was absolutely, therefore, used to further the aims of settler colonialism, which included, at its heart, the dispossession of First Peoples from their land and also children and cultures. And so schooling legitimated dispossession, and it did this in many ways, but most prominently by justifying the myth of terra nullius and teaching that white civilization was superior and that First Peoples culture was, disappearing.
Associate Professor, some of the work you've done also speaks to the purposes of the education system within the colonial system, and in particular, its relationship with the economy. And those comments, I think, are about the past, but also about the present. Can you speak to the purposes of the education system within the colonial system?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much. And to reaffirm and restate all of those things that Maddie was just talking about, those four purposes of what schooling is meant to do is really the same the world over. It's not unusual, it's not different anywhere. We're aiming to build with these systems a citizen that can participate in the future vision of what a country is meant to look like to imperial powers. And that's not just an Australian story, that's a global story. And so what we see with these kind of settler colonial or kind of imperial schooling systems is really the progression of a set of ideas through a child or a family's engagement with a schooling system that is designed to eradicate the idea of an accomplished, professional, worldly, Indigenous society that exists with its own aims and objectives and desires and hopes and aspirations. And so what these schooling systems do is that they, as Maddie said, one of the key purposes of these schooling system is to train people to be a kind of a part of the workforce. That's the goal, right? To have a sense of belonging to the nation state. And it's just so clear that no matter where we look, First Peoples don't have a place in that. First Peoples' goals, aspirations, knowledge systems are at all stages not deemed to be a genuine part, a necessary part, a core part of creating that sense of belonging of the state. And so then what happens is that you get the denial of First Peoples' own aspirations, whether that may be emancipatory, liberatory, to participate in the economy, whether it's to assert rights. None of those things have a place in that schooling system. And those schools, people who are involved in it, will go to sometimes extraordinary lengths to prevent that inclusion in those systems, or to prevent the establishment of First Peoples' own education and schooling systems where that may even be possible.
And you've said previously that certain types of people are treated as a threat to the goals of the nation state, in particular the economy, and First Peoples are one of those categories of peoples. Why do you think that's the case?
I think Dr. Keynes kind of alluded to this before when they noted that illiterate First Peoples that asserts rights, that engages in letter writing campaigns, that organizes, that is part of the resurgence of an Indigenous civil society, is a real threat to this sense of kind of belonging. And so we see that time and time again as First Peoples participate in education systems and settler colonial education systems and use those tools, right? Use English literacy, use knowledge of the legal system, use medical knowledge that's gained through these Western or settler systems for our own purposes. It kind of becomes a bit of a threat to the existence of the state, as Dr. Keynes kind of noted. And so then what we see, particularly through things like the Mabo decision, is that First Peoples' rights to land, to our own futures, then are things that can kind of happen as a result of participation in the Western schooling system. So it's kind of in the interests of the state in a lot of ways to exclude, to ensure that First Peoples don't reach those highest levels of attainment, that our own disruptions to the system, which has just been so violent and served us so poorly, that can't be changed. It becomes very, very difficult to get a shift. And so you can't kind of permit a system whereby Indigenous peoples are able to assert sovereignty over land, because that's primarily how settler states like Australia make a lot of money. It doesn't kind of work out that way. And so these schooling systems don't train First Peoples to assert governing authority over land, they certainly can't include Indigenous knowledge systems only in really partial or piecemeal kind of ways. Usually Indigenous curriculum is included kind of as a bit of a hook, right, to get Indigenous kids kind of in the door, or kind of a tokenistic kind of acknowledgement. So what we see is the kind of the breaking up of Indigenous knowledge systems, really partial kind of inclusion as a very tokenistic way of signalling the inclusion of First Peoples knowledge or education or training systems in those settler systems.
Thank you. And I think we might now move to the topic of school exclusion, which was the subject of the report I spoke about at the start. And if I could get for the start of that, the operator to bring up page 6 of that report, which just sets out the key findings. And if we could just zoom in on the bottom orange box, key findings. Right. Now I might just ask Ms. Maguire just to step through the key findings of that report and what the report does and intended to do.
Yeah. So really the purpose of the report was to provide a history of the ways that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander learners have been excluded from education, from schooling, since the very establishment of the Australian education system. So what the report found was that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students have been systemically excluded from public schools across Australia, and that this exclusion has occurred through government failure to provide access to schooling, and through explicit policies of exclusion, including the development of a segregated schooling system. We also found that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander learners have been disproportionately impacted by exclusion, including the use of disciplinary exclusion measures within school. So for example, the report points to 2007, the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development report, which found that of 700 Koori students in secondary schooling, 16% left in years 9 and 10, 22% left in year 10 and 11, and 41% left in years 11 and 12. We also point to the school exclusion study by the University of South Australia, which, looking at publicly available data, found that in 2019, in Victoria, 6.5% of all exclusions were directed at Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, even though they only represent 2.3% of the student population. We also found that access to up-to-date data was difficult, including data on the levels of suspensions as well. So what that also means is it's difficult for public scrutiny or accountability around school exclusions. But sorry.
So why is the data hard to get? Because you think it's pretty straightforward. You just count the number of suspensions and the number of exclusions, and it's a frequency count.
Yeah, I think it's more so access to the public on that information. Maddie would probably be able to speak more closely to.
Yeah, what I can say is that not all states make that data public, and not all states identify Aboriginality within that, as well as other measures of intersectional sort of experience.
So what happens here in Victoria? Is it available, and is Aboriginal identity recorded?
As far as I know, it's not available, and I would have to check if the status is recorded. But yeah, I'll check for you.
And my recollection is that perhaps somewhere in that report there is a reference to a requirement, a 12-month requirement that schools are only required to hold that information for 12 months, which I'll identify perhaps before our government witnesses.
It's a little bit hard to establish a pattern if you only keep data for 12 months.
I think, and just to point to that last finding of the report, because I think it's really important to highlight that this exclusion has been actively resisted and pushed back on from families and communities across the continent, including in Victoria. And I think the ways that that has happened, I mean, Dr. Keynes provided examples that were also documented in the report. But so, for example, yeah, the Northland College that was established here in the 90s, when the Victorian Liberal Cabinet government announced that they were going to close the Northland College, which at the time had the highest population of Aboriginal secondary, highest enrollments of Aboriginal secondary students, there was public protest about that, and the community organised within themselves to provide a mobile rebel school to make sure that students were still having access to a culturally safe education. I think sometimes there's this myth that Aboriginal parents or families don't care about their children's education, whereas what the history and the examples show in the timeline is that that's actually false, that Aboriginal families have always continued to rock up at the school gate. They've continued to always ask for a quality, fair, just and relevant education for their children. And that is clearly demonstrated in the timeline of Victoria and of Aboriginal communities in Victoria.
Can I ask you, so I know that school principals and schools have to register formal expulsions and formal suspensions, but we did hear from other witnesses earlier about informal suspensions and expulsions, soft ones, where it doesn't have to actually be officially recorded. Do you have anything you can offer the Commission on those?
I don't have verified, but there are different forms of exclusion, and informal exclusion can include things like the curriculum being relevant to you, whether you feel safe and included in a school. So those are all different kinds of informal exclusion. There's also been examples in, I can't speak directly for Victoria, but in my experience working with young people in education across the continent, examples where students are asked to leave of their own accord rather than having a formal expulsion recorded. So that kind of pressure to withdraw before they finish or to move schools. I personally had discussions with young people about that.
Commissioner Lovett?
If you've got any other questions about this, I just wanted to fast forward to page 21, but after of the report. But if you've got other questions, then.
The only other question I was going to ask about school exclusion was, at the moment, the review mechanism for suspensions focuses on the exclusion of each individual student without looking at what is happening at a system level. And I might allow the panel to decide who best to answer that. What's the issue with looking at suspensions at an individual level? Associate Professor, did you want to deal with that issue, the individual versus the system, when the only complaint mechanisms are about individual expulsions?
Yeah, absolutely. I can handle that. And Dr. Keynes and Ms. Maguire can correct me if I say something not in accordance with the report. But the biggest issue when we're looking at individual level data, and this is partly problematic whether government departments even collect that data in the first place, is an open question. But then usually the status that is retained is at an individual level. So whether or not that student is perhaps Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, so that level of identifying data. What we don't then tend to see is patterns across regions or in accordance with language groups or community. So there's no kind of collective sense about how people from different language groups or different communities are being treated within this kind of schooling system. So the level at which the data works, when that is available, is useful to understand these patterns and these patterns over time, but they can often miss a really important part of the story about the reality of First Peoples experiences, and particularly community identification. What information is important for local communities, for parents, for traditional owner groups to have about the experiences of their own young people in schools and education systems. That level of data transparency or availability, we're a very, very long way away from that in Australia.
Could I just add a quick Chair, could I just add a quick point just to follow from Associate Professor Moody's point there about the lack of data? I'd also say that historically, as I mentioned in the very beginning, the government's policy was that there was no First Peoples here. They didn't record information about, First Peoples in a systemic way, and that lack of reporting has allowed there to be a long-standing lack of accountability. And in some ways, this reporting around suspensions and expulsion sort of continues that pattern. And I just point you to the important work being done by my colleague, Dr. Beth Marsden, whose historical research has been documenting these systemic patterns through very difficult work through the historical archives, and also oral histories often hold the key to those establishing those patterns. It can be found, it's just difficult to do so.
If I can, just add to what Dr. Keynes was saying. I think by focusing just on individual instances, there's also the risk that we place too much blame or too much focus on a young person or the attitudes of their families, rather than focusing on the systems that have perpetuated the exclusion. And I think by focusing too much on just individual occurrences, we forget, like Associate Professor Moody said, we forget to think about the current grammar of schooling, which speaks to the invisible architecture of how education systems are organised. So everything that includes from like how classes are structured, how school buildings are built, how teacher standards are enacted, different types of credentialing, how work is assessed, all that kind of thing. Decisions speak to a colonial grammar of schooling, which really reinforces those settler colonial narratives and excludes, non-dominant groups. And it reproduces that inequity from one generation to another. And I think that's another thing, is this is an intergenerational impact. If your grandfather was excluded, that's going to have impacts to the children. And it's this intergenerational impact and educational debt that's owed to generations of Aboriginal people that's really important to understand as well within this.
Just to finish final on the data thing, that really the patterns of the lack of data, all the things that you've mentioned, is really just a continuation of the colonial pattern. Yeah.
Look, I'm actually having a bit of difficulty with the timeline, because I see it as an education timeline as a source, but not a continuous timeline that runs beside it in terms of what happened to the Aboriginal Acts. And you do have early in the timelines, Aborigines Acts 1890, actually started back in 1860. And then you reference the 1958 one. And then you've got other references for education. I'm having a little bit of difficulty with the continuity of information about what was said about Aboriginal kids in schools, because the control came and under these other acts as well, in terms of people being moved away from where their natural schooling space should have been. I noticed you've got the 1967 conference in, but there was also a big conference in the 1930s from states that had a big impact on, and it was very racist in the terminology used, which I think is an important one that I would have expected to see in this timeline. And just coming back to Victoria, I also see you've got VAI starting in 1985, but actually VAI had a precursor organisation, VAECG, which started in the mid-70s, and it was a bit of a flow-on from what happened at Monash back in that time. There were people that were impacted by that early work. So I'm having a bit of difficulty because it's short and selective, and also from an education perspective, which was very harsh and clearly not really talking to us. And my difficulty is that the control of Aboriginal people, especially parents, if we're talking about schooling, was under the other act, the Protection Act, because that's where people's movements were controlled completely. They were made go or not allowed to go. So I just want to make that point.
Can I add something to it? Just to say, thank you, Commissioner, for your astute observations about the timeline. I will say that it was much longer in each state, and it was reduced considerably. So some of those things may have been in there, but that's no excuse. We also recognise that, of course, the impact of the legislation targeting Aboriginal people in Victoria had a huge influence on, on all aspects of life. But I think in this report, we were aiming to demonstrate the systemic patterns of exclusion in education and through, decisions made by school authorities, education departments, and in education legislation, because there has been a lot of attention on the Protection Acts and less so, I would say, on the education department. So that was our goal, but of course things are missed. So I apologise.
Well, if people can't go somewhere where they might have wanted to go to school, whether it was over the river in New South Wales, and you were quoting some stuff for New South Wales, and I actually thought you were speaking about Victoria at the time. I mean, there's no, it leaves an unexplained situation.
Yeah, I think for me, though, the principles apply around no matter where it was in the country, it still happened to our people. Not to take away from what the chair's saying, but I do want to take us to page 21 and the timeline, and I'd like for somebody to read out under 1943, please. Page 21, sorry.
And so this is in the New South Wales timeline.
Yeah.
Yep, so page 21 under
1943.
1943.
It says Aboriginal students were excluded from North Lismore Public after protests by non-Aboriginal communities who opposed their attendance. Aboriginal students were sent to a school at Tunkester, but many received little education owing to transport and logistical difficulties in getting to the school. Children of parents who obtained exemption certificates, often referred to as dog license, were able to attend public schools.
I mean, 1943. When was World War II? 39 to 45, if I remember correctly. So it's all good for our people to go and represent the country at every major conflict, the wars that weren't ours, but protests from non-Aboriginal people during that time around excluding our kids from that. Can we then please read out 1946? Now, I understand this is New South Wales, but at the end of the day, again, we've heard loud and clear in this commission that doesn't matter which state, it happened everywhere. Can we please read out 1946?
Under 1946, Aboriginal children could be admitted to public schools if they had a medical certificate to prove their health status and did not live on a reserve.
And Dr. Keynes, can you speak to this precise issue that Commissioner Lovett's raised, which is the idea that First Peoples might be too dirty or infectious to go to school? That comes up in other parts of the various timelines, doesn't it?
Yeah, this was one of the systemic patterns, as you've identified, that health was often a sort of spurious but often used excuse to keep Aboriginal kids out of schools. And this was often weaponised by the local settler families, saying they're unhealthy or have certain, diseases and so on. They don't have shoes, this kind of thing. Yeah, across the country.
You accept that this, although it's in the New South Wales timeline, it's an example that happened throughout the country.
I can tell you I was in the archives in Western Australia last week and found it everywhere there. So, and elsewhere, yes.
I think that's the point I'm making. It's a systemic issue. Whilst it's identified in this report as New South Wales, these things happened tactically, strategically, at a systematic level across the country. 1943, 1946, not long ago. We keep hearing when it comes to our people, oh, it's all history. It's not in our lifetime. Many of our family members have someone who grown up during these times. It's not too distant. It's not 200 years ago.
And Commissioner Lovett, you'll be aware that there are other submissions that are from now, which record the extent to which teachers are being asked to, specifically in relation to Indigenous children, to monitor whether they're wearing shoes, whether, so that sort of surveillance, it appears, is still occurring.
Still occurring, that's right. Hasn't stopped.
If we can now move to something a little more structural, and perhaps this might be a question that it also involves Associate Professor Moody, but starting with Dr. Keynes, just moving to a new topic, which is curriculum. And if you could address for us the role of the curriculum with respect to how we as a community view Victoria's colonial past.
Oh, yeah, thank you for the question. I'm sure you'll be aware, but curriculum has been a very potent and favoured tool of governments to legitimate the settler possession of this state, this country, and to acculturate the broader society, students as members of the British Empire and later the Commonwealth and the nation. So for more than 100 years in Victoria, from at least the 1870s to the 1970s, the curriculum was based on a white settler national master narrative, which was about, the benevolent progress of the superior white civilization here. And it routinely and systematically objectified First Peoples. And I provide 3 examples of that in my submission, but I can briefly outline them here, which is it routinely confines Aboriginal people to a distant past. It places them in a time before history, a time, I can quote you here from an extract, on a spot where we stood, someone in the blank utter darkness before Australian history began, of a time which no history will ever be written, for instance, comes from the school materials. From the early 20th century. So they confine Aboriginal people to a distant past. A second sort of example is uses of racial stereotyping, which I won't repeat here, but, were essentialist, othering, which were often juxtaposed with Enlightenment, civilization, Christianization, and often depicted First Peoples as threatening or engaged in violence, for instance, as engaged in hunter-gathering, these types of things. And later this intersected with that racial biology, social Darwinism discourse about it being a doomed race. And there was this sense of lament and sadness about that comes through in the materials. And finally, the erasure, of course, of First Peoples' own aspirations, as Associate Professor Moody noted. This is consistent. So until very recently here in Victoria, key moments in Victorian Aboriginal political history have not been included in the curriculum. I would say that has contributed to a major lack of public understanding and awareness of that long history of resistance. And I suppose in very recent times, since the national curriculum's been implemented here since 2012, there is more accurate representation of settler colonial injustices included. However, for a number of reasons I've argued in my research, in my submission, it still continues to legitimate settler colonialism. I would say that's because of what Associate Professor Moody noted, that it's still being confined within a curriculum that is really about a settler colony, the settler state, and not a fundamental transformation of that curriculum. But I can speak more to some of that more recent research, perhaps.
Sorry, Council, can I just ask what curriculum are you talking about? Like what, all, or just in schools, universities, or state?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so in the period 1870s to 1970s, I'm talking about school curriculum, although the word curriculum today sort of implies a study design, a set of dot points, but that didn't exist in the past. So I'm referring to readers, texts that were used in primary schools for the teaching of literacy, numeracy, and civics, and so on. And then in more recent times, I'm referring to the study designs. And mostly my research has been about history curriculum, humanities and social sciences, where they have this claim to representing the truth, as opposed to, say, an English literature curriculum, which doesn't have that sort of authority, so to speak. But yeah.
And you would say most of them now, when it's in there, is an elective, really, in most. I will say, without revealing my age, in the 1970s, sort of mid-ish, I was taught that Captain Cook discovered Australia. When I went home to my very proud Wurundjeri father, it wasn't a pretty sight. He went straight up to the school, but that's what I was taught.
Yeah, and that's throughout history. Yeah.
Moving to you, Associate Professor, you have addressed the one of these points made in the submission is that although curriculum is important, in your view, it's not the most important aspect for decolonising schooling. Why do you say that?
I say that possibly fairly controversially, because it is often the content of what is taught in schools that most people remember as adults. It's the facts, like Commissioner Hunter just said, people are taught false, incorrect, inaccurate, overtly racist, traumatic, difficult material, and they're presented this as fact. And so we'll often get into a conversation about curriculum where the answer is positioned as, well, we just need to correct those errors. We just need to take out everything that is racist, inaccurate, hurtful, and replace it with another version of the truth, and then that will be the job done. And so that's where you get conversations which are about changing the curriculum of what is taught in a school and not changing the system. So we use curriculum to mean the schooling systems, and it just doesn't. There's a lot of other things that are required in order to change schooling systems. And I do want to very deliberately talk about the fact that I'm not using the word education system. I'm using the word schooling system, because there are many different types of education systems. But when it comes to having a debate over whether or not fixing the school curriculum will be enough, it will not. Fixing the school curriculum or improving it or having better representation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, histories, knowledges, and cultures is not a bad thing, and it is an important part of the process of decolonising education. But in a lot of ways, we're putting a band-aid on a really big problem. And that problem is that schooling system was never designed to serve us. It was designed to be part of the system that broke up families, that made people feel worthless and not included, that created a master narrative of the way that white Australians should think about the world. And there's no place for us in that system, and there never was. And the only way that we end up then becoming included is this kind of very piecemeal, simple way of understanding First Peoples as part of the history of Australia, as Dr. Keynes mentioned before. So these schooling systems, tinkering with the curriculum is not the thing that ends up serving our needs. It can be a part of the solution to the problem, but it won't get you where you think it will.
Associate Professor Moody, what does that do to the First Nations child? How do they learn about who they are within that system?
This is something that settler colonial schooling and education systems are designed to make impossible. So it is very difficult for a settler colonial schooling system to ensure that the First Nations child understands who they are, where they come from, their language and ancestry, their role in taking care of country. And some might argue that that's actually not the job of a settler colonial schooling system. That's the job of an education system that is perhaps controlled or in some other ways managed by First Nations people themselves. But what participating in that kind of schooling system, in that settler colonial schooling system, will usually do is usually make someone feel pretty invisible, if not actively harmed, denigrated, disregarded. And when you start to see that narrative of dehumanization, of invisibility, generation after generation after generation, it becomes an absolute heroic mission from families and parents and guardians to be able to go back to the school gate after those generations of being dehumanized, of being treated sometimes with appalling violence, to be told that you have no history, you have no art, you have no culture, you have no sophistication, your societies weren't, they were just a hunter-gatherer society. So all of these kinds of master narratives, what that does to families and communities, generation on generation on generation, the kind of strength that it takes to keep going back to the school gate is absolutely extraordinary. But we keep doing it because we know that there is knowledge in Western schooling systems, there is an English literacy there. There are things that we need and things that we are entitled to and things that systems should be able to give to us. So we have a double-edged problem. We have, how do we make sure that this settler colonial education system is a place where we can be welcome, that teaches a different way of thinking about the world. And then we also have the transference of our own knowledges, languages, education systems, which might be a different system.
If the operator could bring up the final slide, which is a quote from some of the evidence given by Uncle Brendan Kennedy in our land justice hearing block. And Associate Professor, I'm not sure, I think this might come up for you as well, but if it doesn't, I'll read it for you. This is some evidence given by Uncle Brendan on Country. He said, what the school is telling our little babies is that we do not value you. We do not value your culture. We do not value your parents, your grandparents, your elders or aunties or uncles. That's what the education system is telling our children. It's telling our children we don't value your culture. This culture is better than yours. That's a hard thing for a little 5-year-old kid to have to deal with. They get hit with this because little fella, and at the time there was a little fella Uncle Brendan was talking to, he's never been hit by full-on colonisation yet. Little fella here, he's not been hit. We've been hit and we fought back, but the kids have not been hit full-on with the sledgehammer. As soon as they walk in that school, the teacher goes, bang, sit down on the ground in this room and shut up, you know. That's what they did. we used to get the cuts. You know what the cuts are? The cane. If you didn't sing the national anthem, God save the Queen. But that's where it begins. That's the ongoing dispossession right there. Thank you, Associate Professor. This is evidence that was given by Uncle Brendan in relation to what's happening now. It's not a historical reflection. What can the state learn from what Uncle Brendan has to say?
Oh, it's heartbreaking, isn't it, to read these things, because it's a hard thing not just for the little fella, but it then becomes a hard thing for when that little fella himself has his own little fellas running around. The way that education systems, schools, teachers, principals, everyone who's involved in schooling and teaching kids doesn't necessarily have a personal investment in a different way of being. And so what we tend to see happening with this transmission of intergenerational trauma about schooling is that there's no circuit breaker. There's no system that says, we understand the hurt and trauma that has happened to you both individually and in a collective sense. And here is a strategy that repairs that collective sense of well-being. So at the moment, education schooling systems tend to propose individualized and piecemeal strategies. And that's where we see the system being able to continue as it always has done. Schools are still places where people experience individualized harm and violence, and school sites are still places where disciplinary action and intersystemic or interagency harm is perpetrated on First Nations children and their families. School sites are still places where allied health, police, and others, welfare, child safety, use the school site as places from which to remove children, as places that begin a school to prison pipeline, for example. And so until there is a way to understand the collective well-being or the role that that child has in their community broadly, in their First Nations community, as a member of their language group or a nation, then schooling systems won't be able to change this kind of harm from happening to people today or into the future.
Ms. Maguire, can you, we're moving now on to looking at what a completely different system might look like, not the system that Uncle Brendan's talking about. There's been some discussion there was some discussion in the submission about self-determined learning systems. What is a self-determined learning system?
Yeah. I think to draw on the Uncle Brendan was saying, I think it starts with understanding who the Indigenous learner is. Who do we view as that Indigenous learner and what their rights are? I think it's really important, firstly, to remember that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people have a really important role in our communities. The Coolangatta Statement on Indigenous People's Rights to Education speaks to the unique role and responsibility that young people have, because it's to young people that truth and wisdom is going to be bequeathed. And so as part of that, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people are looking at a future where they're going to face really complex global issues like climate change, caring for country, while at the same time being responsible for passing down the longest continuing knowledge, cultures, and learning systems in the world. That's the kind of weight that sits on the shoulders of the Indigenous learner. At the same time, I think what we've discussed through this panel, Indigenous learners are going through an education system where they're not being equipped with the types of skills, agencies, critical literacies that they need to be an Indigenous citizen, a person who's able to enact that custodial responsibility and enact those custodial ethics that we have, not only to each other and to our place, but to our land, seas, waterways, and skies. And so I think a self-determined learning system starts from that premise of being responsible for caring for young people and equipping them with the kinds of skills and knowledges they need to act and be and live Indigenously as young blackfellas. I think earlier I discussed, you know, the grammar of schooling, and although I don't have all the answers, there are people far more experienced than me, full of answers. I just imagine, what could it look like if we were to establish a First Nations grammar of schooling, where we think about how does learning systems, how are they organized, from the pedagogy that's used to the teaching standards that's enacted, to the forms of credentialings that are created, to the types of learning systems and school buildings that are built, to the types of community governance or school governance systems that are operating at the local level. What could Indigenous grammar of schooling look like and mean for that Indigenous child, for that Indigenous learner? So I think it's really important that through the process of truth-telling and speaking back to the histories and experiences of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and Indigenous learners in Victoria across multiple generations, that we open up the opportunity to discuss jurisdictions and what does jurisdiction look like within a self-determined education system, jurisdiction over curriculum, jurisdiction over school governance, jurisdiction over funding. I think it really comes back to thinking about the infrastructure that's involved in an education system. Yeah.
Associate Professor, are there any Indigenous-run learning systems around the world for us to learn from?
Oh, thank you so much. There are so many. There are so many First Nations, Indigenous, tribally owned schooling and education systems that run from early years education all the way through to tertiary and higher education. These are often established as community-run enterprises. Sometimes they start in old, disused warehouses or shipping containers or classrooms, and after many years become fully fledged institutions of their own making. But there are absolutely First Nations owned and operated schooling systems in Aotearoa, New Zealand, in North America, Canada, mainland United States, and also in other places. And one of the key features of those First Nations owned and operated education and schooling systems is that they serve primarily the aspirations of their local communities by teaching language, culture, but also importantly, create local jobs and address the skills shortages that local communities need. So there are many examples, but I won't go on too much unless anyone else wants to add something.
Well, I did want to leave some time for Commissioner questions, so I might leave it there, although the Commissioners might have some more questions about that. Thank you.
I have one, and this is, look, you may or may not be able to answer it. In the current system of schooling, is there any way that could be safe enough and cultural enough to change for our kids to learn in? Anyone? I know it's a big question. Big question.
I'll try to respond the best I can. It doesn't really work giving the eyes to someone on video call. No, I think there's space, and I think like I know we've talked around a lot of the difficulties and challenges, but there are good champion educators, and there are schools that are working with their local communities at the local level to try and make that learning experience more safe. I think the question is really like when we're thinking about what a self-determined education system might offer is really around having the freedom from having to continually negotiate with settler colonial systems, and like having, I think from my experience, and if I can share an example of the work that I'm doing with my Darumble people in Rockhampton around creating a Darumble-led learning charter and asking local schools to sign on to our terms of reference and our learning ambitions, is that they're based on trust, and it's based on you're still kind of at the operating within the current system, operating on one good teacher or one good principal, which is subject to change, and so the work can change. And so I think it's like,
it's not sustainable, right? Yeah. To rely on one person. So is it that the education system, the structures, I guess it's the structures I'm more getting at.
Yeah. And I think there is space because but it requires I feel like Aboriginal leadership and governance and control. I think there's space within the like independent schooling system around, that's where a lot of Aboriginal led schools are growing from. But if we can do that investment in independent schooling or say Catholic education, why can't we do that same kind of investment at a systemic level for an Indigenous led learning system? And I think it's not to say that it's creating some kind of exclusion. It's about creating space within an Australian education learning ecosystem where we can lead and design governance models, pedagogy, curriculum that matches the learning ambitions that we have for ourselves and our learners and our communities. I think, I hope that.
No, it's tricky, right?
Yeah.
I'll just ask as a follow-on from that question. We have in Victoria Worawa, which is an Aboriginal school, and I just wondered whether you know about the curriculum that they use there and whether that conforms to some of the issues that Commissioner Hunter raised, whether that's sort of based on Indigenous culture or whether it's just a place where colonial settler education is conducted to Aboriginal students.
Yeah, I probably don't have the closest of relationship with that school to be able to adequately comment. Yeah.
Associate President, do you have any experience of the Worawa School?
No, I am aware that they aim for a very holistic curriculum that is focused on the whole person, but the details of the day-to-day I'm not familiar with. I'm sorry, no.
Also, the independent school sector has much more freedom to determine the curriculum than a government school, I would say. just as a note.
I noticed that you talk about the importance of First Peoples governance and First Peoples leadership, and that would seem to be incompletely. But is there space within the current schooling system, especially the government schooling system, for that First Peoples leadership and governance?
Yeah, I think there's examples of that happening through the work that VAI do, and the work that VAI do in being a constant advocate to government, and through the network that they've established. Yeah, I'm not too sure about how that plays out, say at the local everyday public school level. Which would be
All I can say is that history does show us it's possible in the government system. We saw it at Northlands, and we saw it earlier than that. We saw it in the code schools, but in each of those cases, something that was flourishing within the government system was chronically underfunded, undermined, and in some cases illegally shut down. So history shows us it's possible. But for today, that's not a question I can answer.
Then perhaps I can weigh in to reinforce that message if that's okay. Commissioner Walter, there is, I guess, in accordance with the kinds of aspirations that First Nations people often have, not just in Victoria or in Australia, but certainly globally, I guess, to my mind, there tends to be a difference between having a seat at the table and being in the driver's seat. Having a seat at the table is important for having conversations with non-Indigenous teachers, principals, students, families about the kind of country that we all want to live in together. And curriculum and settler colonial schooling systems are very much focused on creating a narrative about how we want to live in the world and living in the world together in a way that really takes those true core principles of reconciliation seriously is absolutely one way to go about addressing the issue of exclusion, of underservicing, of not provisioning First Nations children with their full rights as First Nations peoples. But what we do tend to find is that those schooling systems that are not subject to First Nations governance and authority control will be undermined, they will be underfunded, they will be subject to repeated attacks in a whole range of ways. And we're seeing this currently in Aotearoa, New Zealand, where previous gains that were thought to be very safely held are now coming under attack as the result of a change to a very conservative government. So the difference between having a seat at the table is that sometimes someone is going to want to change what's on that table. They're going to want to change what's served. They're going to push their chair back. They're going to change the crockery and the cutlery. They're going to put something else on the table, which you may or may not want to eat. The difference between that and being in the driver's seat is a profoundly different aspiration for First Nations children, families, and broader communities.
I've got a question around, in this inquiry, we heard a lot of legislation. So we talk policy, there's plenty of thousands of strategies, policy documents, some of them well-intended, but hardly ever delivered on. But when we see true changes in government is when we enshrine things in legislation. So we know what it's like to have legislation against us, and you have talked about that through the time frame. I don't think for many years, if ever, there's been any specific reference in a positive light around what our people see for the future around what education should look like in legislation, where we're referenced in a positive way about expectations around what needs to be changed. Because it's hard to get legislation in, as we've just heard, you know, about being in a driver's seat. But it's also hard to get rid of it once it's in there. So my question to you is, have you thought any ideas around what could be enshrined in legislation to help our people go from, you know, just not only surviving education and getting through, but thriving? Question for anyone.
Professor Moody, did you want to go first?
Associate Professor, did you want to address that first, or?
Oh, yeah. Look, Commissioner, I've got a laundry list, really, of things that could be done. And look, legislation can be changed, but it does tend to offer a certain kind of durability. There are currently frameworks that the Victorian government has, which are really on balance not bad. The Victorian self-determination framework, Marung, all of these frameworks and approaches establish good ways of working. They are innovative in many ways. But the difference between the funding provisions, the authority to set up and establish Indigenous schooling systems, the way in which Indigenous languages are taught from one generation to another, the way that First Nations communities want those languages to be taught are really substantial questions that can absolutely be addressed through a kind of a legislative process. But for me, what's kind of missing in that equation is what are the kinds of schooling systems and experiences that First Nations people in Victoria want? I think that's probably where that's one of the complexities about working in that legislative context, I think.
Yeah, I mean, because you refer to frameworks and stuff, and we've heard a lot about that. We've heard, you know, many departments having 10 and not implementing hardly any of those. You know, and you know, I understand we're navigating a colonial system here, and the main system that they seem to implement is legislation. So, and I think that's probably the morphos of the question, really, around if we're in their system, how do we further enshrine our people's cultural rights, but also human rights as a part of that architecture?
Usually it's around funding independent schooling systems, and that's how that happens, whether that's through a treaty settlement process. So that's how the Maori tertiary education system was established in New Zealand, was through initially very small community initiatives that were then funded by treaty settlements, where schooling systems are community owned, say compulsory education systems. They are usually independent and privately funded, but I'm not aware of any provision that allows for those to exist in Victoria, but I may well be incorrect.
Maybe an easy one to lighten it up to finish off. What keeps you inspired and motivated about the work that you are doing?
Great question. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm inspired by the historical record, which is replete with, as you all know, these stories, systemic resistance, self-determined education, campaigning is incredibly sophisticated, political activism for education of First Peoples' own design, and also all the stories of these incredible learning sites and spaces where First Peoples children have thrived, and learning that history and trying to get those stories out there and shift these discourses that of deficit and so on. That's what inspires me, get these stories out there as much as I can.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think what inspires me is I honestly just think our young people are so deadly. Like, I feel like we have so many amazing, incredible Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people across this continent who want what's best for our communities and who want to care for our place. And I think it's our responsibility as adults, and it's the responsibility, especially of the state, where we say we make the promise to the next generation that we're going to prepare you for your future, that we actually deliver on it, and that within that, we make room and we make space for multiple futures and multiple learning ambitions that serve the interests of our young people. I really think that our children and our young people are so precious. They have a lot of responsibility, and it's really on us to create the types of learning environments that are fit for them and fit for their futures, fit for Indigenous self-determined futures.
Associate Professor?
Just to echo what Ms. Maguire said, the most inspirational things for me are when I see the impacts of cousins who go to school together, of kids who are learning their language and understand their responsibilities, and they know that they belong to something that's not just the country of Australia. They understand that they belong to people. They understand that they belong to place, and they have a sense of their obligations and responsibilities. And when we see that, when we see people, young people who have that opportunity, they can see the future, they understand what it means to be a proud, knowledgeable, expert First Nations person. It changes the world, and it has the potential to change the world for everyone who's in it. As we face existential threats of climate change, it's First Nations knowledge that shows the way about how we're going to need to live together. It's First Nations knowledge about how we come together to be in relationship with each other in fair and just ways. And when we see the strength of our people together, there's nothing that we can't achieve. And I continue to be inspired by that.
Good, Ellie.
Thank you, panel. Commissioners, we have obviously another panel. Given the time, would it be appropriate to take a 10-minute break?
Indeed, yes.
Until 2:50? Just a quick setup, just before. Yes, just so we don't have a late night. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, Cassie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you resume?
Yeah, thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If the Commission pleases, we now have a panel of experts in housing and homelessness, and I'll give them an opportunity to each introduce themselves, but just by way of summary, we have Jenny Sam from Housing Choices Australia, Dr. Heather Holst, the Commissioner for Residential Tenancies, Professor Wendy Stone from Swinburne University, and we have joining us online Associate Professor Andrew Peters from Swinburne University. I might just first allow Dr. Hilly to announce her appearance on behalf of the Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. My name is Laura Hilly, and I appear on behalf of Dr. Heather Holst, who is the Victorian Commissioner for Residential Tenancies. I want to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people and pay my respects to the lands upon which we meet today. I acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded, and I'd also like to acknowledge all First Peoples here today in the room and who are watching online, and pay my respects to their elders and to the ancestors. Thank you for the opportunity to make this acknowledgement, and Dr. Holst will also at an appropriate time make an acknowledgement.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome all. Welcome Jenny, Heather and Wendy. Also welcome to Andrew, Professor Andrew Peters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I might just then start with Jenny. If you could please introduce yourself to the Commissioners and explain your role. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you everyone for having me here today. My name's Jenny Sams. Before I go further, I would like to acknowledge traditional owners, the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people, pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and also note that the land hasn't been ceded. I work for myself and a bit for everyone these days. You mentioned Launch Housing, Tim. I'm on their board. I'm not part of the staff of the organisation. I'm on a few other boards. I co-chair a subcommittee of the implementation working group for the housing strategy, Manana, Aunty and Martakut, and the subgroup is focused particularly on implementing the blueprint for a reformed homelessness system for Aboriginal people. I am on the IWG and the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum, etc., etc. I was CEO of Aboriginal Housing Victoria between 2013 and 2017, and I was a public servant for about 35 plus years. So that's me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. And then Heather, if you could please introduce yourself to the Commissioners and introduce your role as Commissioner for Residential Tenancies as well.
Thank you, Tim. So I too will start with an acknowledgement and to pay my respects to the Wurundjeri people as the traditional owners of this land. I pay my respects to the elders, past and present, to the elders of any other communities who are here, and all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders joining us one way or the other today. So I am currently the Commissioner for Residential Tenancies. That's a role I've held since 2018. It's the first time such a role has been in Australia, actually. So the Victorian government made this appointment in 2018 in recognition that the voices of renters were too soft, too faint in the policy-making process. So my brief is to be an independent voice unashamedly on behalf of renters. I have a long background in housing and homelessness, having started as a volunteer at the Tenants Union in 1989 when I got puffy about my landlord, pretty bad. And I've worked in housing and homelessness ever since then, including Homeground, Launch Housing, 4 years previously in homeless policy in the department as well. And I also am a historian, that's the doctor, So yeah, I have got that background as well. One more thing I'd say is that I'm also a member of the implementation working group that Jenny has referred to for Mananawarn, Tayin Mata Court. Yes.
Wonderful.
Probably enough.
Thank you very much. And Wendy, if you could please introduce yourselves to the commissioners and explain your role at Swinburne University.
Great, thank you, Tim, and thank you so much, commissioners. I'd also like to begin by paying respects and acknowledging country. So I pay respects to the Wurundjeri people, to elders, to emerging leaders, past, present, and acknowledge that the lands were unceded and are unceded, and also take an opportunity at this point to acknowledge much of the research evidence I'll be speaking to today has been informed by people across the lands of Victoria and Australia, and really acknowledge that generous input. Thank you. I'm based at Swinburne University of Technology, and along with my colleague Andrew Peters, and I work within a Centre for Urban Transitions. We're very interested in the ways that urban processes can produce and distribute opportunity, but also where that goes wrong. And so this centre intersects with a long interest of mine across my career around social justice and equity. And I suppose the reason that the expertise I bring today is broadly across that intersection of housing policy with social policy, and specifically also in relation to an Aboriginal private rental access project that was conducted with a steering group in which Heather and Jenny were part. I guess my career started in a federal research institute at the Australian Institute of Family Studies, and so I bring a perspective around life course, life stages, and also communities, how not only about housing as sort of built form and shelter, but also what it can provide and what it can enable people to achieve. So thank you very much.
And then online, Andrew, just to provide you an opportunity to introduce yourself to the commissioners and explain your role at Swinburne University.
Absolutely, Ngungojin. Tim, thanks very much. Thanks for having me, everyone. It's I was going to say it's an honour, but it's sort of, it's partly a responsibility, but it's great to be able to participate, and it's wonderful to have this voice heard, particularly by such esteemed people as the commissioners that we've got here. I'm a Yarri Yorta man with also Ngurri Ilamwarang, connections to Wamba Wamba as well through my mother's side of the family, Aunty Peters, the late Aunty Peters. I'm obviously acknowledged country as well. It's I get the pleasure to work on Wurundjeri country where I grew up every day. My role at Swinburne, I'm an associate professor in Indigenous Studies, so I generally look after the Indigenous Studies undergraduate program at Swinburne and involved in a range of different research projects across the university. A few years ago, I worked with a former colleague of Wendy's on a national homelessness research project where we looked at particularly the effects of homelessness on Indigenous people, and my contribution there was obviously looking at cultural aspects of both the research process and the results, and talking to Indigenous people. And so I joined this project as well. Wendy invited me to join in the same vein, so contributed into developing and structuring an Indigenous research protocol around conducting the research in obviously culturally appropriate and respectful and safe ways, talking to the Indigenous participants as well, and also adding a cultural lens, I guess, to the data analysis. And with my background, and I've been at Swinburne for 25 years as a lecturer, a few years before that as a student, grew up in Hillsville, so very strong connections to the community out there through Corranderk. So very well aware of a lot of these issues too. And, myself, growing up with mum in a Aboriginal Housing Commission house. So Yeah, that's what I brought to the project, hopefully.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. So just turning back to you, Heather, could you just briefly explain the function of the Commissioner for Residential Tenancies and its key responsibilities in the Victorian government landscape?
So I'm appointed by the Minister for Consumer Affairs. So even though my work sort of sits in housing, rental policy is the responsibility of Consumer Affairs. So that's where my minister sits. So I'm there to advise that minister and the department. So I get involved in new policy areas in recommending things that need to be considered. I also work across into Homes Victoria a fair bit, sometimes with the central agencies of Treasury and Finance, Premier Cabinet, but more often Consumer Affairs and Homes Victoria would be my main ones. I also do quite a lot of work trying to draw together the different parties who work on renting, because there's a lot of different elements to it and they don't always pull together, basically. Yep.
In terms of, I suppose, specifically in terms of residential tenancies, I assume that also means that you are engaged with and require some level of understanding of various other systems that engage with residential tenancy issues. So, for example, the child protection system, the justice system, the health system, those aspects. Would you say that considering some of those systems issues is also part of your role?
I would, yes, absolutely. So, for example, specialist disability accommodation is now covered by the Residential Tenancies Act. So the situation for people who need that sort of accommodation, who are perhaps covered by the NDIS, perhaps under guardianship, who come into contact with a different section of VCAT, all that kind of comes into my world as well. I would say I probably have less to do with child protection and justice than I did when I was working in homelessness. That was extremely important to be building programs that worked across those different entities and domains. But yeah, and I think part of the reason I was appointed was I could bring that knowledge with me into this role too.
We'll definitely pick your brain about those issues as well later on the panel. Just turning to you, Wendy, an element of your work is the Housing Futures Research Program at Swinburne University. I just wondered if you could briefly explain the background and work of that program to the commissioners.
Perfect. Thanks, Tim. So I came into Swinburne to join senior colleagues who had established a very long program of work around aspects of housing, like the now quite well known trends around declining home ownership in Australia, the increase in private rental, the decline in social housing. These are national trends, but they're also very much part of the Victorian picture. And so my work sits in a space in which we are using various forms of data analytics to track the component parts of each of these sort of sectors, if you like, and the way that changes in one aspect of the housing system can influence others. So where we have barriers to home ownership and reduced access to social housing, we have a lot of pressure in the private rental sector. So these types of trends are what we really kind of monitor, and in particular who's most adversely affected, who's missing out on opportunity for housing, and particularly around housing precarity. So one of the aspects of my work over the last, say, 10 years is really tracking the ways that particular cohorts of people can systematically be disadvantaged in the way that the housing system in Australia has been changing. So some people are faring very, very well, and with a financialised housing system, that has benefited some people in particular. We hear a lot about baby boomers. It's not that simple. There are people across generations who are really disadvantaged by high and increasing housing costs. But there are some people, younger adults, single parent families, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and other peoples who can be identified as having really structural, systematic disadvantage. So on the flip side, the only, I think, good thing to come from this sort of crisis situation that we're in housing is that there are also innovation points that can be identified, and I'd welcome speaking to those. One of the, if there's time today, one of the insights from the pandemic interventions around housing security was that there really is the possibility to actually intervene in ways in homelessness and housing precarity that became really apparent in that period and which we can build on. There are also specific ways that we've identified in the project report that we'll speak to more in detail, where we did pick up on some innovations and some systems that could be potentially scaled up for real impact and improvement. So broadly, to sum up, whether or not the component parts of the housing system act as a system in a coherent, logical way, our work tracks and monitors those and their impact on the lives of people, and how people can in turn shape those instruments and those governance arrangements and the built form.
Thank you. Jenny, I know that you've had a long engagement with the housing and homelessness sector, but I in particular just wanted to give you an opportunity to discuss the Council to Homeless Persons and your engagement with the council. What is that organisation and what are some of the key pieces of work that it does?
Well, I'm not on it now, and I think Darren Smith's actually the so-called Aboriginal member. You can't be representatives when you're just one person. But the Council to Homeless Persons is a peak body that represents essentially the specialist homelessness service sector. Heather, you can cut in if I get any. Yes. I was on it for about 3 years, and it was around the time of Aunty and Martakut and the development, which from a consultant point of view I took a lead role in, which as a secondary thing we did the blueprint for Aboriginal homelessness reform. So I strongly believe we've got to have complementary mainstream. I don't like the word mainstream, but it's the easiest way to describe, I guess, what we all know I mean, mainstream systems against Aboriginal services. I have to say, though, at times I found it an uneasy relationship. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was uneasy insofar as a peak body's representing essentially the mainstream, not Aboriginal organisations. And it really brings out that thing where you're battling for presence, for appropriateness and for funding. So, I'm being pretty frank about that. There was a lot of goodwill, but I don't think it's a helpful sort of form of organisation to provide any sort of reform or change for Aboriginal people experiencing homelessness.
And that's partly why the blueprint is around an Aboriginal-led homelessness strategy.
Yeah.
So I just want to step back and because we haven't heard evidence about the housing system from a bit of a bird's eye view, and to just get a sense of how what you described, Wendy, as the structural and systemic disadvantages faced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples fits in that system more broadly. And so, Wendy, I'm just wondering, building on what you already have discussed, in your answers about the housing system at large. If you could provide us with just a bit of a housing system 101 about how the landscape operates and how the key trends of change that have impacted on or embedded structural and systemic disadvantage.
Thank you, Tim. I suppose I think to speak very frankly, I see housing and property rights as really fundamental. I suppose the way that these are experienced and enacted today fundamentally relate to colonisations. We have a settler colonial system which is based very firmly in private property rights. Australia is particularly private and individually focused in this regard, even compared with similar types of countries, the UK, Canada, and so on. So we have, after the Second World War, a landscape in which home ownership was really encouraged and supported through policies. So we have a relatively high home ownership or mortgage rate in Australia, sitting always around the sort of 67-70% mark on average across the country. Typically from that period to now, we've had also reasonably high public and community housing, so social housing sector, really to support key workers, families. The social housing sector has over this period, and particularly in recent decades, become one that responds in a kind of context of extreme scarcity, really, to the needs of people increasingly who are living with very complex needs, really high levels of housing assistance need, support needs. So it's really shifted over time in the composition of people who live within social housing, despite perhaps not being retrofitted in other ways in policy terms. And similarly, I'd say with the private rental sector, I'll get to the point around Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people just shortly, but with the private rental sector, the work of the Victorian Residential Tenancies Commissioner, the office, and the innovations that Heather and this branch of Victorian work have undertaken are really leading in Australia. So with social housing declining, home ownership difficult to achieve, and also increasingly difficult to achieve, the pressure in the private rental sector means that this is the site where people are living now long term, and it's a very, very precarious part of our housing system. We used to think of this as a transitional sector. It didn't get a lot of policy attention because people weren't living in it long term, whereas that's really shifted. People are now renting there for in this sector for life, potentially, or very, very long term. It's highly precarious. So for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, I think just very broadly, very, very broad brush statements, and from a non-Aboriginal Australian perspective, but working across this sort of sphere for a long time, I think that there are points of disadvantage across this whole system. So the ability to afford home ownership, the ability to gain a loan, to be assessed as suitable for a loan, depends on a range of factors. So that's employment, income of a certain level, and often it also requires, in practice, if not in law, sort of double income to achieve the rates now that we need for people to afford home ownership now. These are really, really hard hurdles to get past. Social housing has become so marginalised and so whittled down, including in Victoria, that it's actually really a site in which we learned in our research prior to the Aboriginal Private Rental Access Project, in other work I've done around housing aspirations nationally, that despite private rental being really not a preferred tenure overall from most people in Australia, it is increasingly becoming a tenure that Aboriginal participants that we have spoken with were looking to as a means of achieving a greater level of independence than they perceive to have in some cases from in comparison with social housing. So including within this project, so comparing Aboriginal Housing Victoria with private rental. Private parts of the system are really problematic in that intersectional disadvantage comes into play to lock people out of the benefits of home ownership. And increasingly, I guess the deep dive that we were able to take in the project was to look at some of the quite insidious ways that the points of discretion within housing systems and points of lack of data transparency can enable, in my view, direct racial discrimination and or systemic sort of intersectional discrimination to occur. The compounding effects of those mean that where people, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, cannot access home ownership or social housing, private rental really is the main other option. Where people are locked out of private rental, or even in private rental can be a really precariously experienced housing form. Leases are typically short-term compared with other countries. So in Australia, typically a lease is 12 months. Some countries have indefinite life leases, 10-year leases, these kinds of really secure sorts of rental sectors. We don't. Despite some progress in this regard, including through the work of Heather and colleagues. So private rental precarity is a pathway to homelessness. It's a known pathway to homelessness, and the impacts of homelessness, I think we all are probably well aware of, can include, at the most extreme, reduced life expectancy, violence, trauma, re-traumatizing, and a system effect that actually vulnerabilizes and causes harm. So I think we've heard, and we know from our evidence that not all Victorian Aboriginal people are doing badly, if you like, in the housing system as a whole. There are really some good points of opportunity around home ownership support programs and Aboriginal private rental assistance programs. But overall, we live in an increasingly financialised, ratcheted up, high-cost housing system of private property rights in which it is very, very difficult for people to compete for housing if they're effectively not just a dual income, high income sort of household. And that really disadvantages people.
Thank you, Wendy. Andrew, if I can bring you in at this point, as an Aboriginal researcher, we'll get into the findings of the rental access project shortly, but I'm just interested in your high-level thoughts as an Aboriginal researcher who came into this project not with a direct expertise in the housing sector, but obviously very quickly having to come across some of the issues that Wendy's discussed. What are some of your high-level reflections on the structural and systemic disadvantage faced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders in the housing system following your involvement in this research?
Yes, so basically, I wasn't surprised by what we found at all. As I said, having lived it, I'm a private renter myself at the moment for a variety of different reasons. And as I said, I grew up with mum on a single income as a sole parent in the Aboriginal housing sector. So, I had some insight and experience into that, but I wasn't surprised by what we heard and what we found out, particularly around the experiences of people trying to enter private rental. Private rental is, for Aboriginal people in particular, I think it's seen as a rather exclusive market, and it's not something that we enter into equally as other people. You know, a lot of non-Aboriginal Australians, private rental is a convenient interim housing condition, I guess, particularly for people who are in between buying houses or saving up to buy a house. There seem to be a lot more options for non-Aboriginal people to use private housing rental to their advantage. But for Aboriginal people, it's in a sense, it's almost like a last resort. And the experiences and some of the case studies that we found, as I say, certainly didn't surprise me, because I'm very well aware of the systemic issues that we face in this country in a range of areas, not least of which in the sector of housing. And that was sort of underlined for me too with the experience in the homelessness project that I did a few years before this one. So, as you say, Tim, I certainly needed to get up to speed on the particular issues of the housing sector, but those cultural and social issues that stem back, you know, that are systemic problems nationwide in a range of sectors, you know, came to the fore. And as I say, it's sad to say that it didn't surprise me when we came across them.
And Jenny, you've written previously about, in particular, Aboriginal homelessness being a post-colonial legacy, and that was where Wendy started when she was discussing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders' disadvantage. And in an article you wrote that Aboriginal homelessness's roots lie in the extreme dispossession Aboriginal people have experienced from land, dispossession of land, denial of culture and language, removal of children, and exclusion from the mainstream economy. Just based on your experience, could you describe the impact that historical disadvantage has on exclusion and homelessness today?
Yes. Sorry, it's so deep. And goes so far and wide. I think absolutely, you know, Aboriginal people weren't homeless unless they're extreme, probably natural sort of circumstances or environmental circumstances until the land was colonised. In Tasmania, of which I'm not an expert, in Victoria, I don't claim to be an expert either, but, you know, closer to it, I think one of the things we've all got to recognise is the speed of the dispossession, the speed of the killing was far greater than in most other jurisdictions, or what became jurisdictions. And we saw people coming in with the experience in Tasmania. They knew what to do. They knew how to move quickly, get the land, and they did it very quickly in Victoria. So, you know, far southwest, we saw what happened when the Henties and others came in. So you had that immediate, you know, plundering, breaking up of families, lands, housing. And you looked at Victorian history, and there were periods where Aboriginal people in, you know, sorry, it's a great generalisation because, of course, it varied across the state, but did re-establish themselves. You know, when the gold rushes were on, people were selling possum skin cloaks to the miners because it was very, very cold in Ballarat. They had income. They had enough often to set up small land holdings. They were taken away. The soldier settler story, which we know, but your land was taken away and given to non-Aboriginal soldiers. It kept going. So every time, and I could go on with those stories and probably you've all got them in your mind, but every time you popped your head up, every time you became economically independent or stepped towards it, it was taken away. So what that does to your spirit, what that does to your aspiration, what that does to just your energy to keep on going, it drains you beyond imagination. Turning that into the experience of homelessness today, and one of the things that's really stuck in my mind as well was the cultural safety framework I did for the Council to Homeless Persons, and consulted quite extensively. That was during COVID, so you're managing Zoom consultations with people that weren't probably into Zoom, including me, but was the load that people were carrying, Aboriginal people, first in fronting up to a homelessness entry point. That was the first and really hard thing. And it brings back all those memories as one person who's very well known, it's like the Jacks again, you know, and they're going to get our kids. We can't go there. So to actually get into the building was the first sort of triumph and first thing to feel proud about. But then the sort of circulation of people, referring them around, retelling the story. One person even said to me, he said, excuse me, I hope I don't offend anyone, but I get all these white women, all they want to know is all about me over and over again. I can't stand it. I'm not going back. So, you know, that lack of sensitivity, that lack of understanding and being treated as a curiosity, again, people, they just completely disengage. And once they do that, they're sleeping rough forever, just about. I don't like the sort of narrative about Aboriginal homelessness is of a spiritual nature. It is. I'm not. All of what I've said, all of what I've talked about, dispossession from your country, your community, etc., does create this spiritual loss. The trouble is that can become the excuse for doing nothing. So Aboriginal people who are homeless, like everyone else, need somewhere to sleep that's safe. They need some friends. You absolutely need friends. And when your friends become the people that you're sleeping rough with, that's a very hard thing to break, and you don't necessarily want to do that because people then become lonely and, you know, again, that creates its own problems. They need longer-term housing, they need service support, and they need reconnection with community, which may be the community you came with, and it may not. It may be a new community that accepts you, and it's one of the things that ACOs generally do very well. You come to an ACO that mightn't have the resources, and we can talk about that separately, but I've seen it over at the League over and over again, this attempt to connect you back into community. You know, come to the footy on Saturday, that's what we do. So I don't know if that even answers your question, but that's what I think is the situation, really. Now, of course, at the moment, because of all the things Wendy's talked about and Heather and scarcity of housing, cost of private rental, alongside things like family violence, we have more Aboriginal people who are homeless, just like the rest of the community. But there's this deep core and some particular features that are unique.
I want to talk about the crunch on social housing in particular. The commissioners have already heard evidence of just in raw figures the lack of social housing availability, and Wendy, you've described that as a more general system trend as well that puts particular pressure on Aboriginal Victorians. If I can just go to the PowerPoint, which is the review of the social housing regulation from October 2021. And if we can go to page 6.
Okay.
Slide 6. Because I think that provides a neat, if we could just focus on the right columns, provides a neat summary of the current position, where just by way of summary, you have a fast growing population in Aboriginal Victoria. from households, 23,000 households in 2016 to more than 50,000 in 2036. You have historical complex disadvantage, which manifests in high rates and numbers of child protection interventions, homeless single mothers, except family violence, contact with the justice system, a number of those aspects. And then you have a group accessing homelessness services at the fastest growth rate in Australia, and lower rates of home ownership and barriers to private rentals are some of the things that we've been discussing. And then that results in some of the data that's collected on the right, and maybe we'll just highlight that data on the right, so it's easier for everyone to see.
Excuse me, Council, have we got that in our folders, that one?
I believe so.
What's the front page look like?
It looks like this: review of social housing.
I don't think we have it.
I think those were outside of the copier.
Yes. I'll see if someone's able to bring those in. It's just a summary of some of the particular data. That results in extreme levels of unmet demand for social housing, where 1 in 5 Aboriginal Victorians are seeking housing through the Victorian Housing Register, and 1 in 4 Aboriginal households live in social housing, where in circumstances where only 1 in 50 of the general population households are in social housing. Jenny, I might just start with you, particularly based on your experience at AHV. What is the impact of that type of level of demand on the social housing sector from Aboriginal Victorians?
I'll just declare that, in fact, I did that work for the Social Housing Regulatory Review. And have it been 2 years ago? Yeah, now?
Yeah.
The situation's got worse, unsurprisingly. Aboriginal people are also more likely to be in the priority groups in terms of needing housing, which makes it difficult. So I'm just gathering where I start. The CEO of Homes Victoria has committed just last week to bringing regular data to the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum on the big housing build and the number of houses that are to be built by Aboriginal organisations or specifically targeted to Aboriginal people. So that will help. We've had a situation where the number of houses that Aboriginal Housing Victoria holds has been pretty static. The community housing providers, which are probably the smaller in number of houses but the growth area, were doing pretty badly on the whole in terms of housing Aboriginal people. There has been improvement, and I think that is a little bit to do with the broader recognition of Aboriginal issues, treaty, self-determination. I think that has helped the situation. So there's been a bit of uptake, but the only growth area, given the lack of overall growth, is public housing. Now, they're doing the heavy lifting in many respects in terms of growth, but it doesn't provide the choice and it doesn't necessarily provide the geographic spread that is required, and it doesn't provide the community sort of approach. And I just want to briefly go back to something Wendy said. We had a public housing system in Australia, in Victoria, where, key worker housing, all of those things were normal. People expected to have housing, public housing, long term, and that's changed over time. But Aboriginal Victorians, and particularly the people who were resident in our houses, saw this housing as a right, and a restitution in a sense. It was about, you've taken our land, you've taken away our houses, and now we're living in this house, and of course we've got the right to that, which actually translated into not thinking you had to pay rent, really, and I understand that. And part of the logic of Aboriginal housing in Victoria being established by the government, there were the nice parts of, let's have a bit of what I don't, probably not called self-determination in those days, but the real logic was that if it was that housing was run by an Aboriginal organisation, Travis nodding, people might feel obliged to pay their rent. And most people do, the vast majority do, without any doubt. It really picked up. So there's this sense of this housing's a right. And not only is it my right to live in this housing, when I pass, my children should get it. But that's not how the social housing system runs. And I'm not even necessarily saying it should be how it runs, because that would create blockages. But nevertheless, it tells you something about what people want, what they believe is right, and their aspirations. They want a house. They want it passed down through the generations. And that doesn't necessarily work. So there is extreme pressure because of urgent housing need, but also about having a house for life. And I think that's a really important part of it.
And we've got the slide pack now, and sorry, commissioners, that was provided to the commission at 11 a.m. this morning, so that's part of the reason why it's not part of the folder. Heather, I saw you nodding vigorously at a particular moment. So did you want to share any particular reflections? I know your focus as Commissioner is on residential tenancies, but just on the pressure on the social housing system currently and its impact for Aboriginal Victorians.
Yes, thanks, Tim. I actually was one of the 3 panellists that led the regulation review that we commissioned. We had the good sense to commission Jenny to actually do the work with Aboriginal communities of Victoria so that we had a proper section and, look at that. But I suppose the point that has really been coming back to my mind as I've heard my other 2 panellists speak here today is the absence of ownership, of home ownership. So what Jen's just described as what people rightly expect and need, which is a home that they can build on and can pass to their children and can, all those things that home ownership gives you. It's because there's so little home ownership relative. The housing system that you were describing, Wendy, in Australia is sort of underpinned, as you said, by this expectation that it'll be geared towards ownership. Well, Aboriginal Victorians had just on 45% home ownership at the last census in 2021, and that compares to 68% for mainstream Victoria. So this is the missing piece, and it's an absolute prop. My young people, for example, knew that they might be privately renting, but they could come back if they had to. There was always somewhere that was owned they could come back to. That all those sort of intergenerational transfer issues, both in how people are here now with such low ownership and how they can boost their next generations as well. So I felt, it's not exactly your question, Tim, but I thought it was an important point to make. The other one I'd say is that despite the difficulty of private rental for Aboriginal Victorians, there are way more proportionately in private rental. So when I first looked at this, I have to admit to some surprise, because I'd assumed that the discriminatory barriers and the sort of unfamiliarity and the unpreference for it would mean that actually the figures were low. Well, in fact, they've got to be somewhere. So if they're not able to be in ownership, the social housing as described has not kept up with the demand. Well, where they are is in private rental. So 39% at the census, last census 21, of Aboriginal Victorians were living in private rental. And that's about half again as many as the broader population. So private rental has to be better because here's where people are now. While the work's done to catch up on the 30-year backlog, essentially, of building social housing and keeping pace with social housing, work has to be done on bridging those gaps bridging the gap, I guess, into home ownership. But in the meantime, here's private rental housing so many Aboriginal Victorians, and it has to be done better.
And my understanding from, I think, the submission of the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum is that that figure of 47% of Aboriginal Victorians owning their home is probably inflated because about 17% of Aboriginal Victorians failed to complete the census, and there might be one might assume that those 17%, that at least some of those 17% didn't complete the census because they're homeless.
Indeed. Yeah. So the other thing to say is that the owning outright figure, which is the sweet spot, if you own it outright with no debt, that's lower again. So that's 15%. Broader population, 32%.
So half of the Aboriginal population own their home outright compared to the general population. Andrew, we can bring down that slide. Thank you, operator. Andrew, just to bring you in as someone with both lived experience and research expertise in some of these issues, I just wondered if you had any reflections on what Heather just discussed in terms of that lack of home ownership and the lack of intergenerational wealth creation for Aboriginal communities that often entails. I think the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum called it the lack of access to the bank of mum and dad. Do you have any reflections on that, both from lived experience and your research?
In terms of research, Tim, probably not so much, but definitely the lived experience. That is my experience for one. And I know a lot of other Aboriginal people in the same boat, but through the research that we did here too, I guess we're going to talk shortly about intersectionality, but it's that the nature of the financial sector too that is so heavily invested in the nature of capitalism, which inherently creates wealth for those who have wealth, that Aboriginal people lack, and I think I speak from personal experience here too. We lack at the crucial times of our lives. We lack the financial literacy to understand long term the financial implications of not owning a home. Not having that ability to get financial help when you're young to save a deposit, for example. And on top of that, is the fact that for a lot of Aboriginal people, owning your own home isn't a major priority because it's such an individual thing. I clearly remember Mum, when I was young, talking about, I remember asking when I started to understand the notion about people owning their house, why didn't she want to? And she sort of said, well, that would mean I'd have to keep my money. And Mum was very good, and I use quotation marks here, at giving her money to other people when they needed it. But I did, as I got older, I got an appreciation of that sense of community that a lot of Aboriginal people feel, and that certainly my mother felt, that owning her home would have been good for her individually, but it wasn't the priority that it is for a lot of other people, and because of that sort of put us as Mum and I behind the eight ball a bit, which meant that I always felt behind all of my friends and peers at late teenager, early 20s stage of life, because they'd had the ability to draw on family funds, which we never had any at all. And again, Trav and I spoke about this at some point too, that my mum in particular was a victim, might not be the right word, but the post World War II allocation of land to soldiers. Her father died in World War II as a prisoner of war, and her family got nothing. And so that to me is a very clear and personal example of that intergenerational impact of a lack of wealth that comes through home ownership. And as Wendy pointed out before, home ownership is a particularly important tool of wealth creation in this country. And, we have been excluded from the various aspects of that for quite a long time. And so my experience in terms of this research is more around, obviously, the private rental and earlier the homelessness categories. But certainly there are obviously connections there, and that the commonalities of these issues is something that, again, didn't really surprise me, but it comes out. I think much like, I talk about the referendum result last year, that I was saddened by the magnitude of it, but not surprised. And it's the same with this. I'm saddened by the experiences that we heard and the magnitude of the issue for Indigenous people in terms of access to private rental and what their housing aspirations might be, but not surprised by what we found.
Could I just briefly add to what Andrew's said, and also Jenny and Heather? I think these are really critical points in two ways. I guess the sort of the community aspect of housing compared with our individual private property rights and the way that Australia tends to do housing. So there are two things just to bring attention to. One is, I guess, came up in the research project, the private rental access project, where I remember really clearly speaking with a young woman participant who'd made a lot of trade-offs in her own life to leave a smaller regional town where she perceived that she couldn't access private rental because of racial discrimination. She was known to be an Aboriginal person in that town. She moved away to Melbourne, and she was able to access private rental. The burden on her then became her desire to also support and enact the responsibility she felt to not only the generational aspect that we're talking about in a really linear way so far, but actually the broader cultural community aspect. So when people from her regional town came to Melbourne, there was an expectation on her that they would be able to live with her. She was acutely aware that she could lose her lease. So this, the impact of forcing people who've actually potentially had to leave country to gain housing, to then actually potentially, really damage community relationships, I found really striking and extremely sad, and not unusual to that case in our research. The broader point around community and collaboration compared with individual property rights is that the part of, if we compare Australian housing, this landscape, one thing I didn't really mention, which Heather has also been really involved with some work on, is around the idea that in some other countries, we have knowledge and evidence about very, very viable and highly functional, more affordable, collaborative models of housing. And these, particularly in Scandinavia, in Germany, in Austria, in some of these places, operate in a very cooperative way, collaborative way. We're seeing a growth of interest in collaborative housing in Australia, and my personal professional evidence review sort of view is that these models of collaborative housing and cooperatives can be a far better fit with, say, community land trust models, self-determination, and broad kinship care. If we think about housing as an essential infrastructure in the same way that we think about schools, hospital, roads, power, all the things, housing is an essential infrastructure. We can extend that further to think housing is an essential infrastructure of care. And how could that be a caring system in Australia? One of the ways is to bypass the capitalist model that Andrew mentioned and work towards collaborative options. And I do think that there's a really important moment in Australian housing policy in which federally there are, some ears open. There's some points of traction around collaborative housing that may ultimately benefit Aboriginal Victorian people as well.
Can I add to that, please, if you don't mind? In Mananaw, Aunty and Martakut, we took the position that we didn't want to have a situation where all we were doing was arguing for more social housing and going back begging every year, that we wanted to break that link. And some ministers were quite critical of us because they said, well, you know, you've got to hang on to that because otherwise you won't have anything. And there's an element of truth. And we were pretty strong, and I think it's probably got a bit lost in the busyness of other things, that it was about community and private ownership, and people would have choice in that. But the point is that it wasn't just about public housing, and it wasn't just about individual ownership. It was about independence from government and the private rental market, really.
Before I move to the private rental market directly, Jenny, you were the CEO of AHV at the time of the transfer of over 1,400 titles from Homes Victoria, or what was then Homes Victoria, to AHV. The Commissioner's heard evidence this morning from Darren Smith in regards to that particular transfer and its impact. And I just wondered whether you had any personal reflections on both the opportunity that presented for AHV, but also some of the challenges that it presented.
Yeah, sure. It was a hard period, but it was incredibly rewarding. When AHV was established, and it was really taking the landlord function from parts of public housing, there was a lot of support and assistance from what was the old Housing Commission or whatever it was at the time, not Homes Victoria, in putting in place landlord systems, rental, and the beginnings of maintenance. So there was that help and support, and it was established, but it got into a bit of a mess, I must say. The long-term aim of Elders had always been ownership of the properties. It got to the point with the sort of lease arrangements that the government was proposing that we would have gone broke if we didn't own the properties, because you couldn't do the proper maintenance and upgrades without ownership, and you needed the critical mass, which we had. In the first instance, we discovered that, in fact, what the minister had in mind for us was handing over 150 houses and leaving us with 1,350 that we were managing as a landlord with no ownership, which actually would have sent us broke very quickly. And quite frankly, there was a friendly public servant in a senior position behind the scenes who saw that and assisted, which was very important. However, we didn't get any, we might have got a bit of moral support. We got no support in terms of systems. In fact, the bar was set incredibly high. Like, how can you prove the economics, the financial economics of sustainability, sustaining the quality of the housing, which the rest of the system doesn't do, as we know. And, you know, we had to project out 40 years and all the rest. But what is your asset planning? And the nature of the portfolio with this dispersed set of houses across the whole state, and not apartment towers and all the rest, meant there was no blueprint anywhere for doing that. And Darren Smith probably didn't admit it because he's a modest chap, but he's very, very intelligent. He's an engineer and all the rest of it. And he actually devised the model for the asset planning. It was his intellectual property, no one else's. But we got no help at all. And it was, I think both of us are a bit bloody-minded, and when people suggest we can't do something, we think, well, we can. And we just did it. You know, we did it, but it was really, really hard. It was not facilitated. There was not assistance. And right up to the very end, there was resistance from certain parts of central agencies, because they were handing over ownership of stock. I recognise that. But really, we just crossed every hurdle at every point and pulled it off. I don't think that's the best way of doing things, frankly. Like, you know, it took enormous intellectual and emotional energy to do it, but we did. And what has it meant? It certainly meant there's critical mass. There's the beginnings of new developments with AHV, but it also provided that platform for advocacy and collecting the ACOs, in other words, the sector around us, and doing this more broad work, which would never have got done otherwise. If it had all been left within government, we wouldn't have Manana, Aunty and Martikut. We wouldn't have the blueprint. We wouldn't have done the private rental work. So that's sort of the soft edge of it. Most people don't look at that as a product of, the critical mass that you got because you owned the properties, but it is. It really is. And it provides that means of advocating and leveraging for the greater sort of benefit of the community.
So then moving, the commissioners have the framework and the blueprint and the detail of those documents. So I won't spend time going into those in any particular detail, but one of the recommendations from Manana, Aunty and Martikut was to do, because of what Wendy and others have described about the growth of the private Aboriginal Victorian participation in the private rental market over based on census data. It was recommended that your office, Heather, engage in a research project into barriers faced by Aboriginal Victorians in terms of accessing the private rental market. And that resulted in the piece of work commissioned by Swinburne University involving Wendy and Andrew, the report excluded from the start, Aboriginal private rental access in Victoria. Just starting with you, Andrew, I might, in regards to the report, I know this is not directly the topic for the panel, but you mentioned it in your opening, the methodology used in the report and your contribution to that methodology, which was guided by an Indigenous knowledge framework in which the findings are based in the storytelling and perspectives of Aboriginal Victorian people. I just wondered, while we have you, this being a truth-telling commission that also is heavily based on basing its findings on First Nations storytelling, just your explanation of that methodology and its importance.
Yeah, so essentially, research often and historically from universities, and particularly if it's when Indigenous Australians are the focus of that research, has been done to Aboriginal people. So it's an external, disjointed, disconnected observation, if you like, of Aboriginal people and their issues. And so the notion of an Indigenous knowledge framework looks at embedding Indigenous ways of knowing, being and doing into the process itself, as well as the collection of data from Indigenous people, and then reporting that back to the Indigenous people. To sort of really succinctly try and put it, Tim, we wanted to make sure that the Aboriginal people felt that this wasn't us just collecting data from them to report to the government. This was us trying to provide a vehicle for their stories to be told as they want them to be told to the relevant authorities, the relevant departments, the relevant organisations, to actually listen to what the issues in this private rental space are from their point of view, not sort of taking the view of, from a bureaucratic point of view, what can be done, but essentially just looking at what needs to be done. So in the report, we tried to use as many direct quotes as we could to sort of emphasise that voice and that notion of the fundamental notions of connection, developing rapport with the respondents and the participants, and trying to I guess let them know about us. The important part about yarning in terms of research is letting the participants know who you are as well, because you're essentially asking them to tell you who they are. So that notion of storytelling was something that we tried to embed in the report to, I guess, give more clarity and more volume to the Indigenous voices that we were hearing in the data collection. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And that, just turning to the report itself, if we can go to the report, which is titled Aboriginal Private Rental Access in Victoria Excluded from the Start, and go to the figure at page 12. It's a summary figure with both barriers and problems and opportunities and solutions for Aboriginal Victorians seeking housing. We can just turn it on its side. Thank you. Wendy, if you could just please, a question first. One of the frameworks used to consider Aboriginal Victorians' experience of the private rental market was what's called the renter's journey. I just wondered if you could briefly explain what the renter's journey was, or is, to the commissioners and how it informed the findings.
Right. Thank you, Tim. So as well as the framework that Andrew's just described, what we wanted to do was to complement the kind of the higher level bird's eye view work that we generally do. We had this opportunity to be invited to conduct this work, which is much more of a deep dive into the lived experience of private rentals. So census might show numbers change over time, over every 5 years. What we wanted to do here was look at the whole journey from the way that people may begin to imagine the private rental, privately rented housing as even an option or not for them, through to that sort of searching, looking, how do people even begin to access this type of housing? What then is the experience of those processes of access points? How are they navigated? What are the power plays in that? What are the emotional worlds around that? What are the impacts? What are the practical and experiential aspects of applying for private rental? That's really tough. I don't know if anyone here recently has done this. It's a really hard process, can be, to apply for these types of system access points. So what was that like for private rental? What was the experience of participants in our study of actually gaining a lease, being offered a place to live in the private rental sector, moving in, actually managing that relationship between the real estate agency, often landlord, the built form, the dwelling, maintaining that. What is it like to live in that? How are people managing the cost of renting, and all of the associated reporting aspects of that, having inspections and those kinds of things? What was that experienced like? And then also, what are the possibilities then of moving around? We know that, as I mentioned earlier, leases in Australia are typically 12 months. In reality, they're actually shorter. They're between sort of 6 and 8 months often, because people move more frequently or people are evicted. So on average, they're shorter than 12 months. So what's it like for people who, for whatever reason, are leaving one dwelling and still wanting to move into another private rental dwelling? What is that process like? That's all about bond transfers, all of these sorts of processes. It's about having references and so on. So we took a framework that was developed actually by the Consumer Policy Research Centre. Thank you. I knew there was a C on the end. And worked closely with our steering committee, of which Jenny and Heather were members, as well as Victoria Legal Aid and AHB. And we asked people about all of these different stages, and at each point of this, we looked at barriers and problems, experiences, as well as asking about potential solution thinking. A third framework we used was around housing aspirations. This is something I've developed over quite a number of years now in larger parts of my work around really, how well does anyone's housing meet their current needs? what is their aspirational housing? You know, in order to really have your needs met, whether it's to keep your children at school, to get to that job, to do that training, whatever it is, to care for your mother, what housing is needed? And if you don't have it, what is the aspiration? How do you get from A to B? How do you get to that housing? What are the kind of points of resources or support that you may need to get there? So we also use this sort of aspirations framework to understand how people were thinking about private rental as a viable and even positive or negative option.
Can I ask, what, if any, investment has been committed to the implementation of this framework? It's pretty extensive.
I think that's probably a question for Heather.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, anyone.
So the really different thing, I suppose, about this, from my point of view, is that it arose from a process that was already underway with Mananawon. I'm trying to cut the framework. Yeah, I wasn't going to make that mistake. And we kind of could keep the momentum going, and so now, subsequent to that, with the at the request of the Victorian Aboriginal and Homelessness Forum, we've set up an implementation working group. I co-chair that with Glenn Pellegrin, Bunurong Land Council, and we have 14 recommendations that were made actually subsequent to the delivery by Swinburne of the report, and that was made with the forum, so that the policy heads, you know, who'd known all about this sort of stuff for years, gave us the recommendations, and we are working on those. And that implementation working group reports back to the forum. It's convened until the end of this year, and then we'll see how far we've got.
From a government investment point of view, has there been enough?
In each of the recommendations? Oh, never enough. No, there has, but yeah, beg your pardon. So there is, I think we've tendered you a document that has where each of them are up to. So you can see Homes Victoria are probably going better. You can see that there's work underway in some of the others. But the momentum and trying to make sure those investments it's a challenge, of course. Yeah.
Just in terms of the report, I know in excluded from the start, Wendy, at a very high level, the report found that barriers arise for Aboriginal Victorians at every stage of the renter's journey, due mainly to prejudice and discrimination as well as structural disadvantage. And the applying stage gave rise to the most barriers. We have the report and we have the detail of it, but if there were key takeaways that you wanted the commissioners to know about, or some of those key findings that you would emphasise from the report?
If I'm able to take the opportunity to answer your question, but also maybe extrapolate in my view that moves away from the report a little. So the key findings were exactly that. Around that point of access is where, as Jenny mentioned before, like attending somewhere to receive support if people find themselves in a homelessness situation. Similarly, accessing, walking through the door of a real estate agent, understanding even how to do that, where to do that, how to go. This was a point at which people reported to us a great deal of nervousness, a sense of not having necessarily an understanding of what was expected in that process, limited support. There were overwhelmingly reports of perceived prejudice. People weren't treated well. Just a quick examples. A woman who was a non-Aboriginal woman working in an Aboriginal Victorian regional organisation who applied for rental housing for herself and her family, was knocked back repeatedly, and she couldn't work it out because she could see actually in that town that house she was applying for was still empty. So she took the organisation that she worked for off that form, and she was offered that house. So that's just one example. It's really, really hard to quantify or even really pin down cases of racial discrimination, but my perception, my strong perception from this research is that those instances were likely to involve racial discrimination. We also had a couple of participants who'd actually worked in the real estate industry and talked about what goes on sometimes, the conversations and so on behind the scenes in some cases. I don't want to suggest that the whole real estate industry is racist. That's not what I'm saying, but there are certainly points of discretion within the process that seem to work strongly, systematically, repeatedly, and really damagingly against the access points for Aboriginal private rental, Aboriginal people accessing this as an option. It's about Andrew saying before that it's not an option maybe in the way that it is for non-Aboriginal people. So that point of access was really hard. There are issues around that which are about when somebody fills out a form. In some cases, people were being asked to, are you Aboriginal? Are you not? You know, to report. This is people couldn't understand why they were being asked for that information. Was it legal? How was it being used? Who was that information given to? There was no transparency around that kind of data collection. There were issues that participants raised about how previous experience may have been intersecting with their current application. There are situations, for example, where we heard from participants who had previously experienced domestic family violence, who had left housing, but on whose record for private rental was a kind of mark that they had maybe not paid the rent, had exited quickly, all of these things because of the violence, but actually worked against their future housing. So there's sort of issues that arose over and over again about the way that existing databases about renters or applicants to the rental sector were being used in the applications of Aboriginal people making applications for new rentals. That was one aspect. There was a perception that in the actual office there was prejudice going on that came up a lot. And there were also scenarios where people, I guess, reported on this from an insider perspective, as I said. So in some cases, people did report that they had worked in real estate agencies and had witnessed discriminatory language or practices. There's a real lack of transparency generally around the private rental sector about how applicants to residential dwellings are selected. So what information does any given real estate agent, who's usually the intermediary between an applicant and the decision maker, generally might rest with an investor, landlord. What is the process? What are those conversations? This is a real area of discretion, and it's very non-transparent in terms of data and process generally. And I believe that this is an area in which kind of intersectional factors and direct racial discrimination can really adversely affect Victorian Aboriginal people.
Andrew, did you want to jump in there and particularly picking up on Wendy's comment about intersectionality? And I know you have mentioned that was something that you were particularly focused on as an element of the report. You also mentioned earlier that you weren't necessarily shocked by the report, but still saddened. Again, I mean, it's really the same question. Is there anything that you wanted to emphasise to the commissioners that arose out of that research and the report?
Yeah, well, as an Indigenous researcher and Indigenous person, the key for me, Tim, was and commissioners was how often I would hear the message that the system is disconnected and the system. A lot of our participants felt like the system was against them. So particularly, the questions they would get from from real estate agents would often give people or give renters the perception that the landlord doesn't want an Aboriginal person renting the house. Now, whether or not that's the reality, that's a very common perception amongst Aboriginal people who are applying for renting. And so, for me, that's an issue that needs to be addressed. And there is a lack of connection between an Aboriginal person understanding the rental process, the private rental process, certainly understanding their financial obligations in private rental and the expectations of the real estate agent as well as the landlord. So that disconnection there, I think, for me, was underlying a lot of the, as I say, the perceptions of the Aboriginal renters. And for me, as we said, these are their stories. So whilst one might say, well, that's a perception and the reality is quite different, for these Aboriginal people, that is their reality, that they're not trusting of this real estate agent. They don't know a landlord at all. Most private renters, you might not ever meet your landlord. I'm sort of lucky. I've got a good relationship with my landlord at the moment, so to the point where he doesn't want us going through the real estate agent because he doesn't trust them. But for a lot of Aboriginal renters, it's very, very different, that they're relying on the goodwill and the honesty of an agent to give them the information they need and provide them with the environment. This is their home. It's everything to people. So going into a relationship like that with very limited information, and particularly feeling not culturally safe, for me, that came through a lot. And again, a fair bit of that's interpretation, but I'm basing that on a number of years of experience in the field, experience in renting, but also in dealing with Aboriginal people and researching. And so that was probably, as I say, following on from what Wendy said, was one of the real keys for me, is that, from a systemic point of view, there needs to be much more coherence and connection. And part of that, I'm going a little bit extra here, everyone, is that I think we have a clear opportunity to provide some financial literacy education for Aboriginal people around, when you're renting a house, these are the expectations on you. This is what the real estate agent will expect. This is what a landlord expects. Now, there's a difference there, obviously, in our capacity as Aboriginal people and what to assume a non-Aboriginal landlord might assume, because their primary concern is looking after the value of their house, etc. Our primary concern is finding somewhere safe to live. But we need to find a balance in there, I think. So yeah, but again, for me, it was that real lack of connection and lack of understanding of the process. Wendy talked about access points, and even the application process is really daunting. I clearly remember, as Wendy said, some people saying, why are we being asked? Why are we being asked if we're Aboriginal? Seeing that as a barrier. If I admit I'm Aboriginal, I'm not going to get this house. And speaking to a couple of the real estate agents, they were wanting to identify Aboriginal people for the support that they were aware of that was on offer. So yeah, again, to me, clearly there's a disconnect in the system, in that sense of intersectionality that we talked about, that certainly needs improving.
Tim, can I just add very briefly? One of the just building on what Andrew said, and I'm kind of now extrapolating from the report. One of the really striking aspects of the research was when we asked people whether they had experienced an Aboriginal real estate agent or investor, and that sort of moment of realization on people's faces of, no, I haven't. That the power difference and the disconnect, as Andrew said. So one of the I suppose recommendations, I think, or the implications of this research for my sake, not for the policymakers' recommendations, but necessarily, but from my point of view, is the strong indication that Aboriginal owned and or managed not-for-profit real estate agencies could be a very, very important vehicle for future private rental management and access, in a similar way that not-for-profit agencies such as Homeground operate. I think this could actually provide some points of connection, as well as within the regular real estate sector, Aboriginal private rental access programs and literacy, as Andrew's talking about. But actually changing the structural power base would be important.
Heather, just obviously the report makes a number of key findings, and there's been a number of recommendations that have been agreed between your office and the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum. But I'm interested, given your long history in the sector as well as 6 years as Commissioner for Residential Tenancies, is there anything that you wanted to add based on that experience about what that you would want to emphasise about the experience of Aboriginal Victorians in the private rental market, having heard in particular what Wendy and Andrew have said, if you've got any additional or reflections on that issue?
Thanks, Tim. Well, I have been thinking a lot about discrimination and what's to be done. So people can make a report to the Human Rights Commission if they feel they've been racially discriminated against. But all the people I've spoken to say, yeah, we know that. But, you know, I think that we need to get our heads together properly about what it would take, actually, and you know, the positive duty of a provider of rental housing not to discriminate, because discrimination is damage, straight up damage. If a private owner has a property that's so derelict, it's condemned. They're not allowed to rent it out because that will cause harm to anyone who's living there. I don't believe we should continue to tolerate a system where a private owner, because of these private property notions of I can do what I like, it's my private property, we should be turning a blind eye to this discriminatory behaviour when it occurs. So I think a positive duty would be a pretty interesting thing, and obviously an enforceable positive duty that's actually enforced. So that's where I've got to with it as I've been thinking and preparing for this hearing. It made me think how soft our thinking had been so far about that discrimination part, and it was mainly thinking, oh, how can we get more people to report? Well, I think people have worked that out. But why would I do that? That's what
Chair, I note the time. If we have another 10 minutes, is that convenient for the commissioners?
Yep.
Thank you. Also, Heather, I just wondered on your reflections. You're talking about some of the intersectionality that we've discussed. In the course of your experience, I think you've noticed a significant intersection between the child protection system and housing insecurity. I just wondered whether you had any reflections with the commissioners to share about that issue.
Well, I think it's one of the things that really drives the need for housing security. As a frontline worker years ago, you know, that people wouldn't necessarily tell me that they had children when they were homeless for fear that I might make a report about it. To see that people were prevented from having their children returned because they didn't have stable housing, heartbreaking. And that was, I believe still, the sort of position of, you know, a number of court orders and, you know, the sort of assumption that it's a matter of just will or something for that parent to do it. And then, yeah, so those to me are just so fundamental, the tears at people, the damage of that. And strangely enough, that was actually the genesis of public housing in Victoria. The campaigners who were originally child rescuers, for goodness sake, going through the slum areas, eventually a penny dropped and they thought, well, maybe we should try and get housing for the people instead of taking the children off them. So, you know, maybe we need to make that realisation again in some quarters because, you know, it's not okay.
And Jenny, something that the blueprint highlights and the Commissioner's heard evidence from a number of ACOs this morning in relation to the blueprint, a significant focus on the blueprint is building the ACO capacity to be an entry point in terms of housing issues, given some of those direct issues that Heather has mentioned and you previously mentioned in your evidence about that. That being the first barrier about accessing an entry point. And so what better sector to be the entry point than the ACO sector, who can both be culturally safe as well as in a better position to provide wraparound services. Just interested in your reflections on building the capacity of the ACO sector as an entry point and why that is a focus point of the blueprint.
In terms of homelessness?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. And why I ask that? Because actually, I have no ideal model because would like homelessness not to be at the level it is, to state the obvious. But I think it is the intersectionality, to use, the jargon, of the issues that people are confronting. And we have, for want of a better word, the sort of traditional Aboriginal homelessness in terms of dispossession from land, culture, family and all the rest. But we now have that overlaid with all of the problems we have because of the housing shortage we've got at the moment. So you've got probably, I don't know the numbers, it'd be hard to dig down and find out what they are, but you've got probably a greater proportion of Aboriginal people just experiencing the same issues that all other homeless people are experiencing, plus this historical homelessness coming from dispossession and issues around that. So going back, sorry, I'm trying to get onto the point you might be making. I'm probably going too broad. I can't help it. My mind's going all ways. You've got to repeat your point, can you?
Yeah, so just in terms of the development, but part of the blueprint is about the development. An element of the blueprint is the need to develop ACO capacity to be entry points in terms of supports for homelessness.
Yeah. Sorry, coming at it from that point. So given that you need the range of services for this to work, and it's one thing Aboriginal Housing Victoria doesn't have because by its nature it's set up as a housing organisation. The beauty of the ACOs is that you have the range of services geared to an individual's needs, undoubtedly under-resourced, but if your family violence needs are there, if your child protection needs are there, if you're leaving the justice system, there's invariably the support that can be combined with your need for housing. So I think one of the things with the entry points at the moment, they're designed around homelessness, which is a bit of a traditional model, but that's not really how Aboriginal organisations or people work. You don't do that. You don't say, well, look, we'll fix your little big homelessness problem over here and all these other things. You'll go somewhere else. It is about the person and their needs. So the beauty of it is connection to community. It is being able to draw on the service support across the board and to sustain it, notwithstanding lack of resources over a long period. That's not the model we've got with the entry points. It's certainly not the model for homelessness entry points in the mainstream. But it's, I think, where we want to go with ACOs, because that's what ACOs do, and do very, very well. But it has to be properly resourced. You can't just have this model where you're fronting up and, you refer to your crisis or transitional housing and goodbye, because it's not how community works and it's not what we want. You've got to have that long-term connection. And over time also, you want to move as fast as you can away from the first and only point of call being crisis or transitional housing, because sometimes people are able to go into longer term housing fairly quickly if it's available. So you need a bigger and better model that really draws on the strength of ACOs, what they do well, and connection back into communities. And, you know, notwithstanding the fact that some people have left their community for good reason, like, you know, they don't fit in with their community anymore and need a new community. So it's difficult. And also, I should mention there are a number of general homelessness services that do take Aboriginal people who no one else will, who are disconnected from their community and need somewhere to go. And there are a number of those services that do provide that sort of neutral ground, but the best possible outcome is, and most of them do this, connection back to an ACO where they can build the long-term reconnection with community.
And so just kind of final topic in terms of some models of where things have worked in terms of innovative solutions. Wendy, you mentioned cooperative land trust models, and Heather, you've done some research into comparative models of affordable housing more generally, and I think both of those pieces looked at Scandinavia in particular. I just wondered, maybe Heather first, and then Wendy, if you want to jump in, what are the potential opportunities of some of those comparative models of affordable housing for Aboriginal Victorians in particular?
I think, I suspect there's possibility, but I think it's a matter of putting them to somewhere like the Aboriginal Housing and Homelessness Forum for their consideration and advice. I think I get excited about them because they're quite different to the highly individual reliance on private rental style approaches. And so I think probably in the first instance, they could be a catalyst for a creative discussion and advice about what the steps should be. That would be how I take it.
Wendy, did you want to add anything about those models?
I think Heather's comments are extremely wise. So strongly supporting Heather's approach there. Really very briefly to reflect on an Australian Research Council project that I've been part of very recently with Louise Crabtree-Hayes and others. We investigated the kind of value benefits within the social housing sector of the cooperative sector. So Victoria houses the largest number of social housing co-ops in Australia. We looked across Victoria, New South Wales, South Australia, WA, and there are a variety of different models. So if this were to be looked at in a real way, and I think there's ground to, particularly when we know that other systems aren't working very well for Aboriginal Victorian people, and also just generally in Australia to meet housing need. We can look to various forms of cooperative models. Some of these are full equity models, so co-ops that are based on home ownership. Some of them are limited equity, partial equity, they're staged equity. They can support mixed kind of tenure communities. And I think it would be important to look at the diversity of approaches and to build on the work that we've just done and international examples about how that could be facilitated in a really positive, potentially really self-determined way.
Those were my questions for the panel. Were there any questions from commissioners?
Stani, Jenny, can you please share with us your insights on the government investment and commitment to deliver on the blueprint, the homelessness blueprint? Do you have any insights to share with us?
Yes. Just choosing where I start. We're in a constrained fiscal environment, obviously. We have 2 entry points that have been funded only for a couple of years and need to go back for more money. The entry points are similar to the general homelessness entry points, but are being developed and will evolve, we hope, to be culturally strengthening, I think, to use an old term. I was going to say appropriate. It's more than that. They're a way of strengthening and reconnecting. So that's really important. It's early days. There's a number of problems with this sort of almost short-term funding approach. You fund an entry point to where? It's not the pathways into housing. There's a shortage of housing. So along you come, yes, there'll be special effort to find you some crisis and transitional housing beyond, and that's in under supply. But beyond that, how do you go on to longer term sustainable housing? Those models are also trying to bring together the service support, and of course that's what ACOs do well, and that's part of the beauty of the model, that you do have the broader service support, and as I mentioned before, community connection in the one spot. 2 obviously doesn't cover the state. You need to move very quickly to cover the whole state. You really do. If you aren't, you're not implementing something that is sustainable by only doing it in 2 spots. You've got to have that coverage, and then you've got to have the pathways to the next steps. And as I think also a broader model of housing support, not confined to the crisis end of things. So I think my hesitation is I don't actually see the long-term imperative as a reform of the homelessness system. I see the long-term imperative as very little need for a homelessness system at all, which might sound a little bit pie in the sky, but I don't think it is. I mean, that's where you've got to be. This is just getting to a point. But if we are doing this, and it's really important we do it at the moment, because Aboriginal people are something like 15 times more likely to need homelessness support. If we're doing it, we've got to have statewide coverage, and we've got to have it quickly. You know, so at the moment we've got Ngualla doing the sort of Melbourne, parts of Melbourne, and Watherong doing Geelong and out a bit. Early days, that's good, but where's the rest of the state go?
And we've seen with so many things here along all those different, that we're always in early days, we're always at the beginning. Yes. We've always got hope that something will change, but there's also the real possibility that these 2 will be it, that the pilot should be done.
I've been a public servant for 35 years. I know that's exactly that's exactly the danger. So we've got to go back, I think, next year for funding for the continuation of those 2, let alone it's got to be a statewide model. And one of the things we've also said, cut me off if I'm sort of going on too long, but one of the things we've also said is it's got to be a statewide model. There will be common features that have got to be across all of those entry points, but they have got to be locally based. You know, it's got to be local community, driven by community, meeting local needs, and, you know, hopefully providing the environment where people are able to go into long-term sustained housing. But it's a very limited model to only have 2 of them. And it's all right in the first instance, but it needs to be followed up very, very quickly. You need to know if you're homeless and you're Aboriginal, and you don't have to go to an Aboriginal entry point. You might go to Sacred Heart Mission or one of those, you know, that's fine. But you have to know that you can find somewhere that can support you in your homelessness locally. That's critical, and it's got to happen quickly.
Just going back to the thanks for that. Just going back to the 1,300 to 1,400 houses that were transferred to AHV. Can you just share some insights on the the quantity. Can you share some insights on the quality of houses that were transferred?
Well, part of our asset strategy and planning did look at the quality of the houses and how we had to demonstrate how financially we would be able to sustain those houses as suitable for rental. And we did do that. Again, I say Darren Smith's got that sort of brain, but we did do that. The thing that we couldn't do condition reports on every property because we didn't have the time, so we did probably a third of them. The thing that surprised us was the houses were in better condition than we expected, actually. So that is surprising. And it is a little bit, because this was what you're raising is the very thing that government was worried that would, well, not that worried because they might have sustained the house or maintained the houses a bit better, but overall they're worried that we'd get the properties and wouldn't be able to maintain the value and the rental capacity of them. But of course, and it's post me being there, that they have been maintained and sustained. There's the usual problems you have with any social housing properties, but it has happened. So the condition, yes, some of them were bad, some of them were okay, but overall it was manageable. We didn't have a disaster dropped on us.
Yeah. All right. And last one for the panel members is, in your opinion, with the issues raised today, how do we get to a point, as the framework says, mana ngā won tian mā te court, which means and translates to every Aboriginal person has a home? How do we get there?
Well, I guess all I know to do is relentlessly, step by step, absolutely always in partnership, always taking the people's advice that it bears out on, but not being, being as pushy as possible with government. That's all I know to do. Yeah.
I think that housing situations globally, not only in Australia, have actually become so difficult. We have the issues we've heard about today, but there are also very large, very big financing that are pushing pressures into Australia. So, you know, massive super funds and so on, pension scheme funds internationally that are pushing up our prices, that are really playing out badly for people and for the most disadvantaged people, including Victorian Aboriginal people. I think there's a moment of what we might refer to as re-governance opportunity. So this is pendulum has sort of swung way over to a market free-for-all. This is really reining in a lot of processes. There's a need to look at schemes to support people into home ownership, rent regulation in an ongoing way. I think we're at the start of that process, really making the rental sector fit for purpose for long-term living, but also not giving up on the idea of various models of ownership. I think that bringing people's lived experience, expertise in a very, very genuine way into being part of the policy-making instrument, not only program design, but policy thinking, having voices and people with government from the start is critical.
Can I have some?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll try and go through.
And then we'll finish with Uncle Andrew. That's okay.
Oh, if he wants to. Do you want to go first? No, all right, I'll go. Sorry, I will try and run through it quickly, but I've been thinking about this. We've got to start with self-determination in housing and the homelessness system, and hopefully, you know, the homelessness system can wind down with improved sort of situation in the future. Something we overlook the whole time is prevention and early intervention. We can all think of policies where there've been perverse outcomes. Now, this has been addressed, but like being pushed out of the child protection system at 18 with nowhere to go, leaving justice with nowhere to go, leaving incarceration particularly, not having housing, so you go into remand instead of being out in the community. So if every government policy was examined to make sure that it wasn't inadvertently, sometimes deliberately, I guess, creating homelessness for Aboriginal people, it would be an enormous step forward because these things slip through. The coordinated and connected service support, which is what ACOs do well, it's why we need the capacity in the Aboriginal sector. So we have to do that capacity building. There's an urgent need for supported housing. Sorry, I don't mean that in the traditional sense, but support for people when they're particularly living independently. It's impossible to believe that people can come out of homelessness, for instance, sleeping rough, for example, and are going to find it easy to establish themselves and support themselves in a house. And housing failure just becomes a vicious circle where you fail once and you fail again. We've got to build the capacity of the ACOs. We've got to mandate cultural safety across all of the housing and homelessness system. It's interesting, really, that it's taken for granted in health that you'll have demonstrable cultural safety. It's not in housing or homelessness. It's not there. It's so far behind in terms of that thinking. We've got to build at least 1,500 social housing residences over the next 5 years as well. So that's and establish a homelessness target. That's my list. Thank you for indulging me.
Andrew.
Thanks, Trav. I obviously won't have a lot more to add because these guys are the experts in the housing space. But for me, it's part of this broader issue of historical ignorance in Australia and the lack of value that we place on our culture and our cultural aspects and the importance of culture to us as Aboriginal people today. And it's not, it's not about us going out and celebrating and dancing and all those stereotypical things about our culture. It's the fundamental concepts of connection and sharing and respect. Mum used to always say respect, caring and sharing that fly in the face, I think, of the government imperatives in this neo-liberal world of global capitalism that, they're driven so much by financial decisions firstly and then social and cultural considerations next, that things like housing for Aboriginal people are falling through the cracks. And if we can start better educating these decision makers on the role of history in who we are today as Aboriginal people, then perhaps we'll get agents who have an Aboriginal client come in looking for somewhere to rent being helpful rather than thinking firstly, what does my landlord want? And, we might have more landlords who are thinking, I can play a role here in helping Aboriginal people. And on top of that, as I said before, we'll get more financial literacy amongst our people, understanding the role of money, I guess, in our lives and I guess trying to understand why non-Aboriginal people tend to prioritise it or are seen to prioritise it above everything else. It's really complicated. It's a really complicated issue. But as I said before, when I talked to the people in the project when I was involved, these notions of connection and the role of culture just kept coming through to me, that if we can get greater understanding of how culture is important to us all today, then I think, we'll go a long way to being able to address at least some of these problems.
Thank you. Thanks all.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just attend to tendering particular documents. So there's a number of documents that were relevant to the housing ACO panel that were on the tender list that I'll tender. There's a number of documents relevant to the education experiences panel that I'll also tender. And then the reports referred to today in this afternoon in this panel, I'll also tender.
Thank you. We'll go on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So,
that's all for today. We'll resume, I believe, at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Or tomorrow. Yeah, I think so. But yeah. Oh, it's a bit later tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here, and we will adjourn till tomorrow.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Very much.